Supervisors, glad you're here. Hot.
Hot flashes. Having hot flashes.
It's that time thing.
You can relate.
Did he? Oh, that was just low. But yes, I can.
Barrel.
Oh, yes.
Just not your barrel, dude. Come on.
Little crow here.
There you go.
Oh, okay, I got two. Here, you can sit right there. You can sit right there. Fluffy, but not fuzzy. As in, you remember the cartoon?
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock in Tuolumne County. It's December 3rd, 2013, so we're going to call the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. It seems that Supervisor Gray needs to be repatriated, so we're going to ask him to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I didn't forget.
I was worried he didn't know it, but, you know, when you get old, memory goes.
It does. Along with other things.
Along with other things. Okay, it is oral communication time. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Is there anyone that wishes to speak at this time? I seemly like I might remember you.
Hi, Carl Rotifer, Supervisor for District 5. I attended the Chamber of Commerce's Government Affairs Committee meeting yesterday, and on behalf of the Board of Supervisors received a certificate of recognition from Senator Barry Hill's office in commemoration of the ribbon cutting and opening ceremony for the East Sonora Bypass Stage 2. Thank you for your commitment to the transportation needs of Tuolumne County on this first day of November 2013, and I'd like to present it to the Chairman of the Board. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak at this time?
Hi, I'm Laura Murphy. I'm here representing Motherlode Wildlife Care. We hope to be an all-volunteer, nonprofit organization with a mission statement to provide quality rescue, treatment, rehabilitation, and release assistance to orphaned, injured, and/or diseased wildlife while offering education and public awareness of our native wildlife to the community. In order to do this, we hope to get some consideration with the zoning restrictions that do not currently cover wildlife rehabilitation. Currently, the process and cost to obtain a special use permit is prohibitive if required for each of our volunteers. With your help, we hope to provide a valuable service to the community.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak at public comment?
I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Pam Baltimore, and I'm with the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm here for about 4 months to help with the rim fire recovery efforts, and just wanted to invite the public to come to the public open house that will be December 10th from 2 to 7 p.m. at the Forest Supervisors office, and that meeting will be just to answer questions and let people know about the rim tree hazard project.
And that time was?
It's 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. And then also there'll be another open house and workshop on December 13th and 14th to go over the proposed EIS. And I thank you for your time.
Welcome to Tuolumne County, and we're glad to have you.
Well, thank you much.
And I might add, don't plan on leaving in 4 months. We think it's going to be longer than that. Thank you, Pam. Glad you're here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, unusual for me to come up during this time, but we have an exceptional moment to share with you and the public. And that we have two, the issue is we have two of our staff that have received Best of Tuolumne County Awards on November 21st. And while they are under duress, I asked them to be here this morning just to share that publicly. And I'll first ask Christina Cunha if she would come up. I'm just going to read just a couple points out of the application for her award. Christina is my executive assistant in the county administrator's office, and in her application, I note that putting her in for consideration of Administrative Professional of the Year. This is the first time they've ever had this award, and made the application noting her everyday outstanding contributions to the CIO's office, as well as her exemplary work on major projects that impact all of county government and the community. The application talks about her 12 years of county service, 5.5 years most recently in my office. It notes things such as how she distinguishes herself as she anticipates the needs of everyone she serves, exercises honesty, good judgment, and political sensitivity. Imagine that in our office.
Christina?
Her knowledge of the community, her positive demeanor and active listening and can-do attitude results in a model of what customer service is about. And on that note, I put down as a couple things of major projects that she has excelled at, includes being part of the steering team and a key trainer in the county's new customer service program, whose motto is Gold Standard Service. And I think most of the board have seen her and Tracy Riggs in my office in action. It's hard to believe the transformation that takes place during that training. Also recognize Christina for how she coordinates our county employee recognition programs, including some of our special events, such as our Christmas program that's coming up and our summer employee appreciation barbecue. And for that and other reasons, the Chamber saw fit to extend to Christina the first ever Administrative Professional of the Year, and just wanted to share that with the board and public.
Craig, it's easier to say Celebrity of the Year.
All I said was you're going to die. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to work for such a great organization. In my bio, I did note that I was customer service has always been a passion for me, and I love working for an organization where it is so important to improve and constantly show improvement to the citizens of Tuolumne County, but also our tourists who come in town and et cetera. So thank you very much for the honor.
I see the sheriff in the audience, so hopefully he's got my back. Maybe not. The next person I'd like to ask to come on up is Ann Connolly, our Human Services Agency Director, and Ann was chosen this year to receive the Excellence in Government Award. And in her application noted, amongst other things, she's very creative, effective, fiscally responsible, and yet caring in how she goes about her business as our Human Services Agency Director. It notes her 24 years of county service, the past 6 years in the role of Human Service Agency Director. And for folks who don't know, what that does, that includes public health, behavioral health, social services, ambulance, veterans, and the kitchen sink are amongst her duty descriptions. This is particularly notable during the Great Recession. There's been unprecedented need for and community dependence upon the programs the Human Service Agency offers. During this time, Ann played a key role in the multi-phase transition, privatization of Tuolumne General Hospital and the insourcing of behavioral health. She also has been key in the latest rounds of state service realignments and most recently the Affordable Care Act implementation here in Tuolumne County. Just some tidbits, folks may not know that she oversees 42 different programs, has an annual collective client caseload of nearly 43,000. Amongst those different programs, she oversees a staff of around 187 employees with a budget of just shy of $38 million. And Ann does this with a passion for meeting the needs of the community, being a good steward of public funds, regardless if they're federal, state, or local, regardless of the color of the money. She takes that very seriously in being a good steward and sincerely cares for the agency's clients and staff. And for those and other reasons, the Chamber saw fit to extend to her this year's Excellence in Government Award.
Thank you, Craig. I just wanted to say just a couple of words. I want to thank the board for their leadership and support in allowing HSA to do the work that it needs to do for residents of our community. I also wanted to thank Mr. Pedro for his guidance and mentorship over these many years. I wanted to thank my husband of 35 years for putting up with me. And most of all, of course, I wanted to thank the Chamber for this honor, but the staff that I work with. Without them, I would not be up here. So I cannot say enough praise and thanks for the work that they do with the people who need help right now. Thank you.
You know, I just want to speak for myself. It's nice to have the Chamber. I want to thank the Chamber for recognizing these two people for their excellent job. You know, people in your life make your job easier, and these two clearly do that, so I say thank you. But then here is an executive order from the chairman of the board while I'm still here. That is, you're not allowed to retire, you're not allowed to get sick, and you're not allowed to quit. With that, anybody else want to speak at public comment? I have some. Members of the board and public, my name is Randy Hinville. I'm a citizen of Tuolumne County and the #1 fan of the Columbia College Community Chorus. And I warned you several weeks ago at the last Board of Supervisors meeting that Sounds of the Season was coming up. And it is this Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday. You do not want to miss this. This is the event of the season. It gets you off and gets your heart pumping and your body dancing and singing, and you want to be there. And there are limited tickets, so you want to get them early. And you want to go because the chorus is spectacular. It's under the direction of the amazing, incomparable, the one, the only superstar, John Carter. Don't miss it. It is at the Opera Hall. It is at 7:30 on Thursday or Friday night and Saturday night, and I believe 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. Don't miss it. I know, I gotta get it. Okay, last call for public comment. Okay, with that, we'll close the oral communications and go to the consent calendar and ask the clerk to please read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held on November 5th, 2013, approving the conversion of one IT 1-2 position to senior IT technician, consideration of accepting the notice of completion for the Lime Kiln Road reconstruction contract 1652, consideration of adopting a resolution to approve the road name of Riley Ridge Road for the existing road on Turlock Irrigation District property near Don Pedro Dam. Approving resolution acknowledging the submittal of the anti-drug abuse grant application by the sheriff. Resolution acknowledging the submittal of the marijuana suppression program grant by the sheriff. Approving the appointment of Janet Atkins to the Historic Preservation Review Committee. Approving the following for the Housing Loan Review Committee. Appointing Jamie Trimoloni as a lender member. Accepting resignation of Rick Hoffman for his real estate profession position, and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. Approving the appointments of the following on the Tuolumne County Local Child Care and Development Planning Council as follows. Emily Laird as the public agency representative, Mitchie Anderson as the alternate public agency representative, and Mike Spear as a discretionary representative. Approving the reappointment of Malcolm Carden to the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging. Approving the reappointment of James Grinnell to the Area 12 Agency on Aging. Approving the resignation of Rick Jerome from the Carter Cemetery District, and directing the clerk to post a letter, send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Okay, at the request of the housing agency or housing manager, I will pull item 8. Anybody else want to pull an item?
I request item 2 be pulled.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, then the chair would entertain a motion
Move on
on
consent
items
excluding the items
2
mentioned.
and 8. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Rutherford to accept the consent calendar, accept items 2 and 8. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Okay, item 2, please.
Consideration of approving the conversion of one IT Tech 1-2 position to a senior IT technician.
Any questions?
Supervisor Rutherford?
Yes, I'm going to request that this be deferred. This is, I think we need to take a look at all of our personnel actions as a whole. Otherwise, we run the risk of having creeping inflation. So what I would like to do is defer this to the 2 o'clock and put it in the context of our 5-year plan. I guess that's it.
Okay. Do you want to comment on that? Is that okay with you?
I'm not picking on IT, by the way. It's just I think just process-wise, we take these one at a time over the course of the year, and we don't really look at the cumulative impacts until it's budget time, and then it's already done, and we don't have any choices. So I think we need to take a look at these things in a more holistic fashion.
Any member of the board want to comment on that? Not, I'll continue it till the, let's see, which item is that?
2 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock appointment. Okay, we'll continue till the 2 o'clock appointment on the 5-year work plan. Okay, item 8. Would you read it, please?
Consideration of approving the following on the Housing Loan Review Committee. And it's just appointments and resignations, and you'll get the staff report.
Ms. Shanahan?
Thank you. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator. We propose some changes to the Housing Loan Review Committee. One is to accept the resignation of Rick Hoffman, and the other is to appoint Jamie Tremoloni, who is a loan officer with Wells Fargo Bank, and she's here today. I'd like to introduce her. And to make a minor change, that she be appointed as a real estate member. And we have in the staff report a lender member. Lenders fit into 2 categories on the committee. We have one lender who we thought was in the real estate position, but is in fact in the lender position. So we're just swapping that around. That's it, if you have any questions.
Okay. Any comment from the board?
Thank you for being willing to serve.
Anybody else? Any public comment? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion.
Second.
Okay, I think Rutherford beat you out.
That's good.
That's because you've been out of the country, you just lost your edge. Okay. Motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Rutherford. Any final comment? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you for volunteering. Okay, if we could, I'd like to go to item 13, please.
Consideration of authorizing certificates of recognitions and letters of appreciation to individuals and agencies who supported the community and first responders during the rim fire.
Hey, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. This item before you today is your consideration for approving a couple of sample certificates and a sample letter. Over the last few months since the rim fire, and as your board knows, the rim fire was the 3rd largest wildland fire in California and the largest fire in the Sierra Nevada mountain range. We had over 5,000 fire personnel working in the county at one point, and hundreds of individuals who responded, many without even being asked to come in and volunteer and help. So with that being said, we have created, staff have been working over the last few months in developing a list. The list is attached to your item, to your board packet, and is not exhaustive by any means. So we are encouraging anyone who's listening, anyone who reads this, if you see an agency or person that is not included in this list, to please contact our office. We will ensure that their names are added to this list, and a certificate and/or letter will be sent out to them. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions or.
Okay, any comments from the board?
I think it's really important that we do this. We had tremendous response from not just throughout the state, but throughout the nation. We had firefighters from, I don't have no idea how many states we ended up with that provided firefighters. We had law enforcement from many, many counties in California. And I just think that we certainly could not have even come close to getting the job done without them. And it's just very, very important that we recognize their efforts on behalf of Tuolumne County, as they've already recognized the cooperation that they got from the county. So I think it's just the right thing to do.
Anybody else?
Yes, along the same lines, we had a tremendous amount of help, and that fire would have not put out with all the help. And this is an exhaustive list. I knew it was big, but after reading it, I didn't realize how big it was. And I think what is significant on my recent travels, when people ask you where you're from, and you say Northern California, they ask, were you close to that big fire? And
No, I was evacuated.
Seriously.
And you were very close.
And right out my back door.
My
But,
backyard.
anyway, I want to thank everyone that has worked with us and has helped us on the rim fire. It's a tremendous effort. Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, Tracy, this is a very exhaustive list, and I would just suggest one addition at this time, and that is the employees of SBI.
SPI, okay. Absolutely.
Okay, anybody else? Any member of the public want to come in on this? Well, I'd like to just make a comment. I don't think we're done yet, and it won't be over for a long time because there's so much residual out there. And I know Pam Baltimore was here today, and we had Richard Stem here and Gary Severson, and we have a new guy named Rob Griffith in town to help carry this thing through and finish the, if you will, recovery. It's a long road, and I believe everybody that volunteers and everybody that is out there, the law enforcement people and the firefighters, we see them, and we certainly are thankful for them for mutual aid. But we had an enormous number of volunteers come to town, and if we didn't get on the list, it's not because we didn't want you on the list. I just want to say thank you to all of you. So,
Just wanted to make note that one of the supervisors from San Diego County actually came up and served food in the Red Cross shelter facility with a couple of friends of his that were co-Lions members. You may not know that the Lions served the food in the shelter the entire time, but I think it's notable that a supervisor from another county took time to come up and help us out as well. Thanks.
okay. Chair would entertain a motion to approve this.
I move to on staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer and a unanimous second by the rest of the board. I can only choose one. Hey, I'm chairman. You told me I was the boss. I could do things. I have a unanimous second on this. I think Miss Brennan beat everybody, so I'll give her credit. Okay, any final comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously and enthusiastically. I have another thing to do here. Once again, I am a citizen of Tuolumne County, and I'm chairman of the board, but since we're doing rimfire recognition, I've been in contact with a man named Mike Wilkins. Perhaps you remember Mike Wilkins. He was the incident commander of the Blue Team, the first Type 1 team that arrived here. And he sent me some things, and I would like to recognize Craig Pedro. And Craig was out at Incident Command every single morning, including the mornings I couldn't go because I was someplace else. Craig was diligent in being at the cooperators meetings, stakeholders meetings, and carrying the banner for Tuolumne County. And so he has been named an honorary member of the Blue Team. And so I have for him the official hat of the uniform, at least. And so we want to say thank you, Craig. Okay, how about item 14?
presentation of county service awards to employees from the Assessor Recorder's Office and the County Resources Agency.
Mr. Chairman, we have two departments being with recognitions today. Perhaps I'll ask Mr. Catano to get up first for the Assessor Recorder. He has a 20-year award, and then we'll have Ms. Shane come up, and she's got 2 service awards.
Thank you. Ken Catano, Assessor Recorder. And I wasn't sure which order we were going to do this in, and I guess we're going from least to longest here, from ours in the Assessor Recorder's Office. Gail Martin has accomplished 20 years in working for our office. She started as an assessment recording clerk and worked in the assessor's office for 4 years, from 1993 to 1997. So she got her feet wet in the assessor's office, and then we moved her over to the recorder's office, where she's been ever since. In the year 2000, she was promoted to a senior recordable document examiner, and that's in recognition for the knowledge that she has accumulated. And I just want to say thank you to Gail. She, as Chairman Hanvelt said earlier, is one of those people that makes your job easier. And
enjoyable.
And enjoyable. And just, I wanted to also say that she's the 3rd member of my staff to reach 20 years in the year 2013. So we have the benefit of many of our employees with many years of experience. So again, great for our department. And back to Gail, I just wanted to plagiarize a few things out of one of her evaluations. Just covers some of the things that she does, the tremendous amount of knowledge that she has. She works without supervision. Her supervisor, Carol Jackson, hasn't been with us that long, and Gail has embraced her and helped her. A great boon to Carol as her supervisor to have somebody who knows as much as Gail does. She has also trained the newest employee that we have, so she does it all. Plus, she's happy and generally very easy to work with. She's a pleasure for all of us to have around. And we talked about customer service earlier. I don't think you get any better at customer service than Gail Martin. So with that, I'd like to say again thank you to Gail for her 20 years.
The Assessor Recorder's Office does provide excellent service to all the taxpayers and the public. And Ken's wonderful to work with, and Carol's a perfect boss, and I've enjoyed working for Tuolumne County, and it's a good job. Thank you.
Beverly.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As you all know, the best part of working for the county is providing public service. And in the CRA, we do that as a team effort. This morning, I'd like to recognize 2 members of our team for their many years of service to the county. The first is Larry Bile, our GIS coordinator, who's worked for the county since December 1st, 1988. You all know Larry as our GIS coordinator, but if you knew him when, he was actually hired 25 years ago to be the planner responsible for monitoring the Sonora Mining Corporation's Jamestown mine. In that role, Larry spent his days out observing blasting that took place, dodging fly rock, and listening to many, many complaints. And I can go on with the mini-minis right there, because as you probably know, this is probably the most controversial project we've ever had in the county. One of the conditions of the mining project was that the mine actually fund a planner position, and Larry did that. His efforts were actually recognized, and the value of his position were recognized in one of the many lawsuits over the mine, in which a judge actually determined that the provision of the planner was equivalent security to providing environmental insurance. Larry did a great job in overseeing the mine, but he was also very foresighted and helped Tuolumne County engage in GIS, the Geographic Information System program, very early. For a rural county, we became involved in 1990 with our first program. Larry took over the program in '92, and even though he was still a planner at that time, working on planning projects, his focus began to shift towards the GIS efforts. And in 2001, he was actually named as the GIS coordinator, our first and only that we've ever had for the county. Larry is a problem solver. That's why he's so good at that particular job. You have to be very analytical, and you have to be able to take all this complex technical data and figure out how to explain it to lay people and develop projects that are useful not just to our department, but he provides service to many other agencies, not only throughout the county government, but also the county schools. The Board of Realtors have hired him to do work, and they do that through a contract with the county. So it's a far-reaching program. Larry was very instrumental in preparing maps during the Rim fire, so I know he's on that list that you just approved. And again, he is very competent, he's creative, and he's extremely funny. So today I'd like to recognize Larry for his 25 years of service.
I don't have anything funny to say.
She raised the expectations.
But all I'd like to do is add to Randy's recommendation to see the concert this weekend. The Christmas Bach piece is spectacular, and that's my night job, is to play percussion, and I participate in that. So it's one of the things that keeps me grounded. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
And now we'd like to recognize Diana Murphy. Diana has worked for the county for 30 years. She began working on December 28th of 1983. She's worked primarily for the health department and in the environmental health division. And she worked there for many years, and as you know, in 2010, environmental health was transferred over to the Community Resources Agency. But I, because she worked for environmental health, have always worked with Diana in one way or the other, even when she was in the health department. Her primary function has been to provide assistance at the counter, whether it was over at the health department or in our office. And July 1st of 2010, she became a permit technician, and she is now a certified permit technician, because that particular program does have certification similar to a building inspector, where they actually go for training and testing and receive certification. We're very proud of Diana for getting that certification. As a permit tech, Diana is stationed at the front desk. And
Front line.
And I can't say it any better than our customers. And we do have customer service cards at the counter. So I'm just going to read a couple. And these are all for Diana. Great customer service. Diana Murphy was great. Diana Murphy was outstanding and helpful. I'm a first-time owner working through this process, and she made me figure everything out. Oops. Diana was very helpful. This was my very first experience with getting a permit, and I was very pleased with the help and service. This was my best application experience ever. Please put a gold star on Diana's chart. And this is from one of our local contractors. the best front counter staff in the county, and my favorite. Diana is beyond excellent. Diana made the permit process an easy and fun experience. And Diana is extremely fun. There is no one who has ever made me laugh as hard as Diana Murphy. So Diana, it's been a pleasure working with you for the last 30 years. Thank you so much for your effort.
Thank you, everyone. It's kind of emotional, so I want to thank my dad, my brother for coming. My mother's passed the last 4 years, so I look at them and I take my work ethic from a good family, and it's great to serve Tuolumne County. And I worked with Craig years ago, and Daniel and Steve Boyack, and since we were in the health department, and I do appreciate this. And I want to recognize all my great coworkers, front counter, you rock. And thank you very much. I appreciate it.
To all of the recipients, I want to say thank you for your dedication and commitment. Achieving 20 years, 25 years, and 30 years takes a lot of dedication and commitment. And I'm glad to hear you have so much fun over there. I'm going to have to come over and watch the stand-up just to do it. Thank you very much. Okay. Item 15, please.
Consideration of accepting a donation from the Tuolumne Heritage Publications in support of the Carlo M. DiFerrari Archive.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we have some really good news here, and I'm going to get right out of the way and just have Sharon Maravich, President of the Tuolumne Heritage Publications, address this item.
Thank you, Mr. Pedro. Yes, Sharon Maravich from the Tuolumne Heritage Publications. When I was here several months ago, I presented each of you and Mr. Pedro with a copy of Carlo DiFerrari's new book, The DiFerrari Family and Memories of Times Past. Carlo is Tuolumne County's official historian, and he's here today in the back, sitting right back there with Charlie Dyer, who is the records manager of the Carlo M. DiFerrari Archive and also a board member of Tuolumne Heritage Publications. When I was here, I also said that Tuolumne Heritage Publications is a nonprofit corporation, and that the profits that we make that are not needed for publishing additional books would be donated to the County of Tuolumne for use at the archive, hopefully in the preservation and stabilization of some of the historic, fragile, and very historic materials that are there. So I can't tell you how pleased I am to be here to present a Christmas gift to the County of Tuolumne. It's a check for $1,000. I'd like to give it to Mr. Pedro and ask that it be set aside for the kind of work that, the conservator type of work that needs to be done at the archive. Hopefully this was the first of many gifts that we will be able to bring to the county for the continued preservation of the materials at the Carlo M. DiFerrari Archive, which is truly a stellar program, and one that the Board of Supervisors should be congratulated for maintaining.
Mr. Pedro, you heard the rules. Don't get excited. You're not going to Mexico. The archives, thank you very much. That is most appreciative. You know, I think the archives, and I think Carlo himself, are Tuolumne County treasurers, and we appreciate them, and appreciate them there, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
If you haven't gotten a copy of Carlo's book, please do so. Please read it. It is such an interesting story of what the history of Tuolumne County is like. So thank Carlo for all his hard work in putting that book together. Thank you.
Amen. Anybody else want to come in?
May I, as having, since my job has oversight of the archives, I also want to thank Sharon and Tuolumne Heritage Publications for their for their gift for the preservation of county books, maps, other documents that are in need of maintenance. We, as you know, budgets have been tight for the last few years, and we have been cut in areas like this, which need to be done on a regular basis, and this will go a long way to help with the preservation of some of those records. So thank you again, Chair.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, it would be appropriate to have a motion to accept the donation from Tuolumne Heritage Publications in support of the Carlo M. DeFerrari Archive to make sure this does not go into my Mexico fund.
So moved. Second.
I have a unanimous motion. What do I do about a second?
John Gray.
You got the motion, he got the second? Okay, a motion by Gray, second by Rotifer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you again. Okay, we're having too much fun today.
I know.
Let's get down to some business. Item 16, please.
Consideration of approving a 5-year lease agreement of the Columbia Armory with the Mountain Peoples Organics, Inc., LLC.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Before you today, we have a proposed lease for the Columbia Armory, which we've been attempting to lease for a few years now unsuccessfully, but we finally found a renter for this over 10,000 square foot facility. This is a 3-year lease with 2 one-year options for a total of 5 years. The annual lease will be under $24,000. However, this lease money can be actually a type of forgiveness program so they can actually fix the armory. We showed the armory has several deficiencies in it, infrastructure-wise, internally and externally, and we didn't have the cash on hand as a county to make these improvements. Part of this lease is the ability for the renter to make changes incrementally over time as approved by the airport department. And the changes can be, the lease payments can be forgiven as they make these changes on a dollar-for-dollar basis. And in essence, the county over time would have an improved building. The county is still responsible for the roof. All the internal would be the responsibility of the renter itself. So who is the renter? It's Mountain People Organics. This is a food co-op. They currently exist in the county, and it's been successful, and they're wishing to expand their business. And I have Larry Cope here, who's been working with this organization to bring them to us, and he can speak about the economic development potential for this organization coming into the airport. Speaking from the airport perspective, we've talked with them about the ability for the airport to handle this in terms of traffic, parking, just the overall mix of this clientele coming into the airport, which is, as you know, is a unique clientele. This particular, we call it a food co-op, is only open 2 days a week, and so we feel that it will mesh well with what goes on at the airport. And if we do have issues come up in terms of parking and trucks and so we'll address those over time as we make some additional improvements at the airport with the water line and abandoning sewer structures that could accommodate additional parking next to the armory as structures are abandoned. So Larry Cope's here to talk about the economic development potential of this.
This has been one of our clients we've been working with probably, I think, about 8 months, I think. Yeah, since before the fire, so it seems like 8 months. No comment there. But no, with that, I'm Larry Cope with the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority. We've been working with them. This is part of our ag expansion program. It's something we've been working on, trying to get more locally based foods, in addition to expanding where we can on the agricultural market. We've been doing a lot of things on the innovation side, and you'll be seeing some of those things come out this next year. but also we wanted to make sure that we were still tying into our core components. So, why we supported this project through the process and suggested the Armory was it would be a good use of that particular building. But here's a number of reasons. One, business incubation has always been part of our plan, and this is really incubating one of our own businesses in the community. This also allows more locally sourced and organic foods for our citizens here, so it allows an opportunity for them to be able to get that easily and actually more times throughout the day than just the farmers market that is happening right now. It also helps our local farmers, ranchers, and producers remain and also hopefully grow their business over time as they supply more and more stock to this particular business. And then also, the lease will provide also extra dollars into the airport fund by being able to bring lease payments in for a building that is right now not being used. We talked a little bit, why a little bit of the lower rate for lease on this particular property. Well, there's a number of what we would call in the real estate market warts with the building. The bathrooms are not ADA compatible, but there are ways that we are going to be able to work with what we have out there at the entire airport. Right now, the heating units are not sufficient, and if you remember, an Armory is really not built to be LEED certified. Those things were built a number of years back, and so they really don't retain a lot of heat. And so with that, that's one of the things that we'll be looking at. How does the renter then address that as part of their moving in? In addition to, it's really not a prime location. Yes, it is at the airport, but for a lot of the businesses that I work with, being out at the airport in a Armory building that's 50-plus years old is really not a prime area. So with that, we felt it was a good fit. It was a good use of an existing building in the community. Was not going to build anything new. They were going to renovate in place, and they're also willing to go along with us. The Armory has a number of things that need to be upgraded and worked on, and together this would be a great partner and at the same time put a viable tax-paying business in that location.
Any questions?
Just, you mentioned that it's going to be open 2 days a week. Now, what 2 days is that going to be?
Yeah.
Hello. My name is Arlene Fatiu, and I run this buying club, Mountain People Organics. It's been around for many years in this community. I took it over from a lady who'd run it for 10 years, and she took it over from somebody else. Some of your wives might be members of my club. I know a lot of government employees' wives are part of what we do. We're really committed to organics. And currently we're open 2 days a week, which is Wednesday and Saturday afternoons. So really we've worked to not compete with the Sonora Farmers Market. There's a little bit of overlap with the Tuolumne evening farmers market in the summertime, but there really is no other winter market. The Murphy's Farmers Market is Friday night. There's an Angels Camp Farmers Market, but there's really nothing in Columbia. So geographically, we moved farther away, and we just moved. So I don't want to compete. I want to complement. I want us to work together.
Thank you. That was my concern. You answered it. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford?
I just, since it's in my district, and I actually know some of the people that are involved with this, I think this is really a true win-win for the people that want to lease the facility and the county in terms of we're getting to use a building that has been unused for quite a while. We're going to have incremental improvements realized in that facility over time. The client is going to be able to expand their business, and also, as I understand, there's potential for a two-part kind of business arrangement out there that would address not just the members of the co-op, but also have a farmers market-like vendor kind of setup. Living not very far from there, it'll save me a few trips to the East Sonora area for groceries, and somebody that has saved Martyr. Safeway over in East Sonora might not be too happy about it, but my gas bill will be less, as will a lot of people in Columbia. So I think it's just a great opportunity for the community. I was really pleased that we're able to accommodate the client and at the same time realize some additional revenue for the airport and the county and build our business base. So I think it's a great idea.
Mr. Chair.
I don't know if that was a motion or not. There's just a second.
One clarification.
Yeah, I just passed out, or it's being passed out. County Council found some edits that need to be made under the indemnification clause section, or section 11, and just lessee and lessor were mixed up in places, so that's been corrected. And the lessee here has already seen this and has accepted these.
Oh.
Okay. Well, with incorporating those changes, I'll move to accept the lease arrangement.
Do I hear a second?
A second. I just had one quick comment. And I was really happy when I read about expanding to the locally grown products, because I think that opportunity will be very valuable to our local farmers and ranchers, and hopefully they'll take advantage of your operation up there.
Okay. Any further comments from the board? Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, just echo some of the comments that were made. I'm excited about this, and I wish you luck. I think this is a really good thing for the community. I also wanted to thank Larry for all his work, and not only is it a good, healthy product that the community will have, but we're incubating a business, so I support it.
Okay. Any comments from the public? I see one.
Good morning. Michelle Gratwick, a Tuolumne citizen. I just wanted to say a few words in support of Arlene and her family. We are part of the co-op and have been for over 15 years. So I just really wanted to make an additional, plug for their vision. We've been working with Arlene for over 5 years when she's taken it over from another woman. And she just continues to grow, and the vision that she has is just amazing. So I just really want to say thank you. And George, thank you so much for, your support and so forth. And I just really, really appreciate the vision, but also to be able to have the services of local goods and also organic goods, and also this collaboration that she has formed within the co-op. I think we're over 200 members. 400 members? Okay, well, that was the fast growing. Last time I heard it was 200. So it's just an amazing project. It's an amazing service that I know on behalf of a lot of her customers are really appreciative. So thank you for considering this and approving it.
Thank you. Well, we haven't approved it yet, but we'll.
Mr. Chairman?
Well, I didn't want to be, premature. Anybody else from the public like to speak on this subject?
I just want to make one comment as I'm looking out. I have a unique perspective. I'm looking out, and I just wanted to also thank some of our development staff, everything from Steve at Fire, Doug at Building, Rob at Environmental Health, because they've been working and being as flexible and as workable, to have this, make this a reality. And I think it's another example of a new day and a new attitude, and I really appreciate what they've been doing. It is exemplary. Good job, guys.
Anybody else? Certainly.
I do appreciate, I was kind of amazed when I met with Larry Cope, and, we started having these conversations, and then we had a meeting out at the Armory, and, I was meeting with all the department heads, and it was like, okay, this is a project that can work. It really just started out as, I just needed to expand what I was doing, but when I saw that building, I really had a vision of what we could do in that space and what that space could be. It is a quirky old building. That's okay. And it doesn't have heat, and that's okay. And it doesn't have bathrooms, and that's okay, because there's bathrooms at the airport that we can use. I happen to have, within my membership, I have contractors and I have concrete guys in my family, and I have a handy husband who can, who could do stuff. And we can make it work. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're really a bunch of farmers, and it's okay. So we're happy with the building. We're happy that that we're not putting a new roof on it, because as a taxpayer, I don't really want to put a roof on a quirky old building. We'll just patch it for 2 or 3 years, and then down the road, if the business is successful, I think we will have the revenue, and we can improve the building at that point. But right now, I'm just happy to work with the staff that I've worked with at the county. Can I also say that as a citizen this morning, I appreciate all those 20 and 30-year employees that we had. I've been in this county for a long, long time. I was born and raised here. I'm one of them old-timers in this county. I appreciate the work that the county employees do here. I appreciate the staff and the time that they've put into my vision, and I anticipate that will continue. It'll be interesting combining a private buying club setting and a public farmer's market, but I'm game, so we'll be all right. Thank you.
Okay, any final comments? Chair would entertain a motion.
Already did.
Let's hold it.
Just so I don't totally mess it up, thank you, Daniel. And Jim Thomas, our airports manager.
I already moved.
Okay, I got a motion from
Sherry
Rutherford.
seconded.
Is there a second? Oh, Sherry seconded? Too much confusion here. Just final comments from anybody? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I'm very pleased to see that building getting used, and I wish you success, every success. Okay. Oh, darn, that would be terrible. Okay, item 17, please.
Consideration of concurring with the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority's reserve and budgeting policies.
Mr. Chair, I'll start this off, let Larry get his mind around this item. But this is an item that has its genesis at the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority. We have in the past funded the Economic Development Authority with a specific allocation of money in our budget and the city's budget. The original intent was to fund the ongoing and budgeted operating cost. At the end of the years, what's been happening is, in the past, what's been happening is if there's been savings or additional income brought into the Economic Development Authority, the savings was retained by the city and the county. However, that causes long-term problems at the EDA if they don't properly set aside reserves, contingencies, and those kinds of things. And with that, I'll let Larry jump in and talk about policies that the authority has come up with, which we thought would be a good idea to have both the city and the county boards concur with.
Okay, this actually started with some discussion on our advisory board a number of months back. We went through and had a discussion about, what would be best to lay back for reserves. We wanted to make sure that we always had reserves set back for budget contingencies, which we had never had originally in the budget. Also, HR reserves, because we know with other entities that the county has been involved with, there has been issues sometimes with making sure that the HR reserves are there. So we set that up a number of years ago. But then also there was a project reserve. The problem with how our budget is that we only expense to the city and the county what our expenses are. And as you know, over the past 4 years that I've been here, we've been under budget every year. And we make that a consistent effort on our part, and that won't change. What will change with this policy, as we talked about at the governing board, is that on years that we are under budget, we will be able to set some of those reserves back to a certain amount, or a certain amount of those dollars back to create a reserve account to make sure that we have a contingency every year, that our HR and employee reserves, that would be vacation, things like that, are fully funded. Then we also make sure that we would set back a project reserve of, right now the board decided of a cap of $75,000, which would allow us to be able to maybe quickly move on something mid-budget for maybe something that we did not see in our work plan when we originally laid it out. Opportunities come up all the time, and this would allow us to take those savings that we've been making sure to have every year and allow us to build those up. It would kind of change us from a defined cost of where whatever our costs were. If we cost $200,000, you were split 75-25 with the city and county. What it would do is make a set payment every month, and then if we were over, we would have our own responsibilities. That's where our contingencies would come in. And if we were under, We would then be able to set those aside and use those only with board direction. It would not be something that staff would be able to do, but with board direction, be able to use those for possible future additional recruitment that we're working on, additional projects that we would need to work on. Things that have come up over the past couple of years that were totally out of the blue. You know, this whole Amgen event that we helped co-sponsor, co-run. We also took over the Central Sierra Economic Development District that took a lot of staff time, took a lot of time away from us being able to do our core mission. And then just the rimfire was something here recently that we also participated in. With reserve funds, we might be able to reallocate staff time, bring in part-time staff time, whatever, just on a project-specific basis. I see most of this really being used in a project fund for when we have that opportunity to attract that right business here and to be able to either, one, spend it in advertising dollars to attract them here, or be able to use it to help with workforce training, workforce issues that we may run into on trying to attract the right business here. The TCEDA board approved this unanimously. It also went to the city council where it was also approved, and now it is here in front of you for consideration to implement and put in place at the county.
Okay, just a couple of last points. So the big change is, you know, that we would allow the EDA to be able to retain new monies they've brought in, savings they've generated during the year, but only until such time as that these various contingencies and reserves have been met. Once those have been met, then the city and the county would once again benefit from any additional revenues or savings that would inure to the Economic Development Authority. And we did also go over this early on with the Auditor Controller, Deb Russell, and these levels were set, you know, with her, under her advice as well.
Any comments?
Yeah, just, you know, the first thought comes to mind is, you know, we have budget savings. Are we budgeting too much? In our discussion with the Economic Development Authority Board, it certainly is not the case. Larry has had the ability at times to bring in additional funds, and that's what provides the surplus. So he's a good manager of that budget and does a good job using other people's money to do things for Tuolumne County and the city. So I'm certainly in favor of it.
Okay. Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I would agree with what John said and kind of repeat that Larry is a very good manager of the funds that he has, and I like the way this policy is structured because it creates an incentive for the EDA to have a budget savings, even though he's already doing that. And then additionally, it's a further investment into economic development and kind of expands our ability to pursue some of those other goals and things that we're working on.
Okay, any further comments? Mr. Cope.
Yes.
You know, I like this idea, and I echo all these things. I'm not sure I like the idea of thinking that we're going to take excess funds out of economic development and benefit the county by putting it back in our budget. I would like to see economic development expanded and perhaps clone Mr. Cope before we start taking money back. Because I just think that we need the growth to do things. And we just saw an excellent example a few minutes ago of the creativity, opportunistic perhaps, but creativity of how we can utilize some of the facilities in this county to further benefit our residents. So before we start giving money back to the county, I'd like to rethink that. But I think this is a great thing, so I support it. Any further comments? How about public? You want to comment on this? Anybody? Okay, Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we concur with the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority reserve and budget policies.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Royce. Any final comments? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Cope.
Thank you.
I think we're on item 18.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the 2013 through 15 Tuolumne County Deputy Sheriff's Association Memorandum of Understanding.
Good morning, Ann Fremd, Human Resources Manager. Before you today is the 2013 to 2015 Deputy Sheriff's Association Memorandum of Understanding for your consideration. The county was represented by Art Hartinger of Myers-Nave, and the DSA was represented by Gary Mussing of Carroll, Burdick, and McDonough. We met over a series of meetings, and we have agreed to the following changes to the existing memorandum. All Tier 1 and Tier 2 employees will now start contributing 6.25% of the employer's share of PERS, and the county will continue to pay the 7% and 9% employee contribution of PERS. This is a big change because employees have never contributed to PERS before, so big difference there. The safety personnel in this MOU will receive a 6.5% cost of living increase, and the miscellaneous members will receive a 5% cost of living increase upon modification of the PERS contract. And in the first pay period of July 2014, the safety members will receive an additional 0.5% cost of living increase. Cafeteria contributions were capped at the 08-09 rates, and overtime is now calculated at full Fair Labor Standards Act, as only time worked will be considered for calculating overtime. The Family Medical Leave Act has been reduced to the 12 weeks in line with the federal standards, and a multitude of other language changes which just help the sheriff better manage his staff, make assignments, manage overtime. And it is recommended that your board approve this memorandum of understanding with the Tuolumne County Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Any questions of Ms. Frem?
Comments?
Comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to say I'm excited to be approving this agreement today, and that our board is committed to prioritizing public safety, and I think this does that. For a long time, I think Tuolumne County has had compensation pay that was low and benefits that were really high, and I think that in some ways this helps balance it, makes us more competitive with other jurisdictions, at least a little bit closer to that. And I want to thank Ann and Craig and everybody that's worked to come up with these agreements, and also the members of the DSA.
Any other comments? Any public comment? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the revised MOA with the DSA.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Royce. Any final comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your diligent work, you and your team, and the DSA team as well.
Thank you.
I'm glad to have this done and to be moving forward.
Me too.
Okay, item 19.
Consideration of adopting a resolution to either continue the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, or declaring the end to the local state of emergency.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you've seen this item before. We've declared a local state of emergency related to the rim fire, continued it on three prior times. We've extended it in the last time in consideration. We're still duking it out to get a presidential declaration on the rim fire, and advise that you continue to re-up this declaration until that matter is resolved and actually state OES concurs with an extension. So without further ado, and we don't know yet, they have not submitted an appeal to the denial of the presidential declaration. Those are our understanding. We have met the dollar thresholds, but there's evidently other considerations that go into that appeal. But as of late last night, we don't have any new word on the submission of an appeal. So,
Do we need to make a phone call?
it wouldn't
White
hurt.
House?
Yeah. Well, actually, it's at the governor's stage right now.
Oh.
And they're repackaging it. They're motivated to try and make this thing work, but they're also trying to work it out with FEMA so that if it is shipped up, the appeal, it'll be successful. So with that, I would recommend that you go ahead and adopt the resolution that continues the state of emergency.
Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I think for all the reasons that our CAO is illuminated, that we really need to continue this, and I'll go ahead and make that motion at this time.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Rutherford, a second by Supervisor Royce. Any public comment? Any final comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, one other detail is just because of the timing, we will need to do the same thing at your next meeting, just because the next meeting, January 7, would fall outside of the 30-day time frame. So unless something breaks, we'll have to do this again at your next meeting.
Can we do this in perpetuity?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. Well, knowing that, we'll just get an update and proceed next time. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Item 20, please.
Consideration of approving the third quarterly status report on the Board of Supervisors goals of 2013.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, this was an item originally intended for your prior meeting, but we got the report into you late, so we're addressing it today. So I'm going to do what I usually do, just walk through, giving you some of the highlights, and then obviously you're free to ask any questions that you may have. So exercising the CAO prerogative on the report, the first goal under health relates to the healthcare reform and integration, and your board just heard a very extensive report from Ms. Connolly and her staff last month, and needless to say that they are doing a lot of work in that area. Several of these items have been completed. Several of these items will go on for several more months. And you'll hear or can ask more questions about where this will go in the future at that 2 o'clock appointment on board goals, or excuse me, the 5-year plan as well. So unless you'd like to discuss this further now, I'll just move on to item 2 under health is AB 855 septic regulations. The activity here was to develop a LAMP, which is a local agency management plan. That's in response to the Central Valley Basin Plan, which is being updated by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. What's new here is that the Regional Water Control Board first must complete an update to its Valley Basin Plan, and that is not anticipated to occur until May 2014. So consequently, the county's LAMP cannot be completed until the updates to that plan. So this is delaying our piece of it, but necessarily we just can't move forward with it until the state's done their thing. On the solid waste plan, I just wanted to acknowledge that we have been exploring incineration options, including a meeting with Mike Hart with Sierra Energy in late July to discuss his FaxOx gasifier. I mentioned that under reports shortly after that. And then your board did hear a summary of some of the options, not just incineration, but other disposal options from the county's solid waste consultant, Rick Mitchell, again, a few meetings back. So activity is occurring there. This is not a done deal, and this too will be discussed under your 2 o'clock item on the 5-year plan. Flipping to public safety, just want to highlight one thing in particular under your fire and first responder system. This is a fun one, just on the theme of the day, to talk about item 2C, revitalizing our volunteer system. Again, thanks to CAL FIRE and the good work of Mr. Evans and others with CAL FIRE on the advancements that have been made in our recruitment and strengthening of our volunteer system. This mentions grants that they have been pursuing, and that's just going to help the program. That was during this quarter. That's on top of their other activities. And again, they seem to be really doing a good job in taking to heart your board's desire to see a sincere expansion of our volunteer program. Item Goal C, natural and cultural resources. Picking on item number 1, biological resource mitigation system. This is a very significant item. And again, your board's well aware of this, but for the public as well. On July 2nd, at the very beginning of this quarter, of this report, the board considered the recommendations of the Berg Ad Hoc Committee, and the board decided not to adopt a biological resource review guide and to repeal the Wildlife Handbook. The board established a biological resource ad hoc committee and directed it to recommend thresholds of significance under CEQA for impacts biological resources, policies regarding the conversion of oak woodlands, and updates to the biological resource section of the general plan, which I think I was hearing in a discussion yesterday at a meeting. So this committee has been active and met several times during the quarter. Going down to water planning, I'm looking at 3D, your revival of the county water agency. Your board did take action on May 21st to re-engage the Tuolumne County Water Agency, and very importantly, the Water Policy Advisory Committee met throughout the quarter with a focus on developing a work program and changing committee composition for consideration by the Water Agency's Board of Directors, which of course did come to the Water Agency Board in early October, and those 2 items were approved by the Water Agency Board. Under Goal 5, Healthy Forest Practices, I'm just picking on myself here, exercise the Memorandum of Agreement with the U.S. Forest Service and BLM. Certainly I'd hope to have a protocol. Your board did approve the MOA, Memorandum of Agreement, in December of 12. We began to take steps towards implementation of the MOA by beginning discussions with the Stanislaus National Forest Supervisor to come up with the protocols of how this actually is supposed to work. But shortly after we started those discussions, she was transferred to the regional office. Upon her return, we did meet and developed a rough draft of this process and protocol. And then as that was, we're in a position then to finalize it, came the rimfire. So I do hope to have that to the Natural Resource Committee, because both the supervisor and myself are back. And while we're still dealing with rimfire, it's not what it was as far as the time it's required from both of us. So hope to get that back to the Natural Resource Committee and ultimately the board during the first quarter of 2014. Under Quality of Life, item 3, update the general plan land use element. Your board's familiar with the Rincon Consultants Agreement to conduct an evaluation and analysis of the general plan and regional transportation plan. Just wanted to highlight that on September 17th, the board did accept the final report prepared by Rincon and directed the CRA staff to proceed with updating the general plan to incorporate recommendations of that report. And that kind of trickles down through the next 2 items of the general plan circulation element and the RTP. So the direction you gave on the 17th was critical, and now there's just a lot of work to be done as an extension of that. Under Goal E, Economic Prosperity, I wanted to point out under update of the general plan Ag Resources element, back in February, proposed revisions of the Ag element and zoning ordinances were presented to the board. The board directed staff to prepare revisions to your Williamson Act resolution relating to Williamson Act regulations to be consistent with revisions to various districts, and to refer those revisions to the California Department of Conservation for concurrence, to conduct an environmental review for the revisions proposed to the general plan amendment and ordinance code, refer the general plan amendment and ordinance code amendments to the Planning Commission for consideration. Staff has completed the revisions to the resolutions and sent them to the Department of Conservation. And as I'm speaking to you right now, comments have not yet been received back from the Department of Conservation. However, I believe there is a meeting occurring next week, with the Department of Conservation to try and get the ball rolling on that. And we do need their concurrence, or that could really throw a curveball, into your Williamson Act program. And you could ask questions about that at this time, or wait until your afternoon appointment at your board's pleasure. And of course, that affects the next item, which is also amending your ag districts in the zoning ordinance. Under streamlining regulations, your board did update your growth impact mitigation fees on July 16, essentially cutting those, eliminating the capital component of those fees, in essence, cutting the fees in half. And I believe I saw a statistic that showed that our mitigation impact fees of this type are now the lowest in the foothills, or amongst the lowest in the foothills, putting us in a much more competitive position, which is a goal that the board had, as did the development community. And again, kudos to County Council and her staff, Carlin, for the hard work on that. Item E, under streamlining regulations, Planning Commission's Committee's Task Force implementation. Per board direction, a number of things took effect on July 1st. The disbanding of 3 area planning commissions and 4 design review commissions, new terms and procedures for the HPRC, and modifications of the design review process, and modifications of the board's planning committee. Public hearings were held in September regarding design review area boundary changes, and then subsequent changes were made indeed to those boundaries. Under customer service, item 7, I wanted to point out Granicus. Again, that has just been well received. Received a lot of comments from members of the public, a lot of places I go to speak. The public's well received the Granicus ability to look at agenda items online, be able to look at your agenda materials and so forth. A lot of good comments, and you can definitely see a spiking during board meetings on Tuesdays in the use of the system, which makes a lot of sense. And on the web page, again, for the most part, we've had very good comments about the ease of navigation and the general usefulness of it. And again, we've encouraged people, don't be shy if there's things that aren't working well. If you could give a call, or there's actually a mechanism on the website to submit ideas for improving the website, to have those submitted, and we'll endeavor to make that better, because we know it's an ongoing process. Under your organizational stewardship, goal F, I'm picking up item 3, fair and sustainable labor agreements. Your board now, during the quarter, finished agreements with Executive Confidential, Management, and Physician groups. You've also completed agreements with your health unit, and as of today, your Deputy Sheriff's Association, and we're still in ongoing dialogue with your general unit represented by OE3. Under your legislative platform, item 7, just wanted to point out, while we did get a bill, AB 923, in order to facilitate the use of our excess power or unused power allocations through the Maloney's project, that is being made difficult to shepherd through the legislature due to resistance from actual statewide electrical labor groups, electrician labor groups. And actually tomorrow, Kathleen, half of myself are meeting with representatives of those state organizations to see if we can get their support. But if not that, is there some way we can convince them to go neutral, on it? From our perspective, this is all about economic development and the creation of jobs, which provide opportunity, for electricians and other trades, versus somehow they see this as a negative, taking away, from jobs. If we cannot get their endorsement, then it's going to be very difficult to get that bill moving. So hopefully we'll be successful with that tomorrow. Under revenue enhancements, just wanted to mention a meeting with the Auditor Controller on the sales tax auditing goal. What she would like to do, what she feels would be most constructive, is to acquire sales tax tracking software to support her ongoing efforts in this area. I don't have a price for you. That's something that we'll come back with. It's not a lot. It's just a few $1,000s. And that may be supplemented with a consulting agreement with a firm that specializes in sales tax projections. And that's something that's commonly done by cities and counties, and again, are fairly low cost items. And any of those cost items will be brought back to your board. Under the TOT, transient occupancy tax auditing, meeting with the treasurer tax collector. This one I just have to point out, rather than hire an outside firm to supplement ongoing auditing activities, the treasurer tax collector, Shelley Peach, has secured the services of a qualified volunteer. And that would be former treasurer tax collector Del Hodges. He just can't stay away. He's a dedicated public servant and does all kinds of great things. Again, saving the taxpayer dollars and providing a valuable service. So that's taken a turn that was not anticipated, but that's really good, good stuff. Under your major projects, I just wanted to hit a couple of those. Under juvenile detention, the passing of plans back and forth with the state continues. We're making the changes, and good progress is being made on finalizing those plans, getting the project lead certified, which is a requirement related to the funding. And then your board did receive a fairly thorough update both on the one-time and ongoing expenses related to this project back in October. And as was presented at that time, we are in full speed ahead and getting the plans ready to go out to bid, anticipating bid award and beginning of construction, this spring. And in the new jail, again, lots of work being done to submit a SB 1022 grant funding application occurred during this quarter. That was submitted to the Board of State and Community Corrections, going after a $20 million state grant. The application was submitted. They found no technical defaults after all the various efforts we undertook to make that as good as it could be. They've done a preliminary rating of that, and there is a delegation going up, including the sheriff, the chairman of the board, yours truly, as well as the undersheriff.
And the vice chairman.
The vice chairman is coming. Okay, cool. Better yet. And also we'll have Tamara McCaig, the jail commander, all attending, and we'll be actually making the pitch, before the board to secure that $20 million. So be thinking positively, because we really need that $20 million grant in order to take the next step with that project. So with that, I'll shut down my summary and entertain any questions you may have.
Okay, members of the board, any questions?
Just a
Your
comment.
hands up, you can be excused.
Okay. Here's one. Just a comment on going back to natural and cultural resources and water planning. I have some concerns that we are not engaged enough, and I'm not being critical, and I don't have any really good suggestions on how to do it, but we're not engaged enough on the Don Pedro FERC relicensing. I'm comfortable with where we're at on some of the other water issues throughout the state, but I think there's I've been led to believe that there is some language being pursued in that relicensing program that is not good news for Tuolumne County, and I'm concerned that it will be a done deal by the time we get to see it. So I'm asking you, Mr. Pedro, to try and figure out how we can get better engaged in that. And I'll be more than happy to support in any way that is appropriate and useful. So,
Okay, we're on it.
Anybody else? I'd like to, I would echo what Supervisor Rutherford said. The water thing, as I've gotten more and more into it, just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And we just, I'm not complaining about anything. I'm just saying we got to stay alert and on it. I'm afraid that water is a zero-sum game, and it's I win, you lose kind of thing, and we can't afford to let Tuolumne County lose. We have to be in wherever we can be in, and I just worry that gets out of hand. We just got to keep it on our. That's why we got Tuolumne County Water Agency. So, anyway, any public comment? Then the chair would entertain a motion to accept the.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the third quarter status report, and also would like to commend staff on all the hard work. There's a lot of things that have been done this past year or three quarters, and it's much appreciated. So that's my
Okay,
motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. A motion, Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Brennan. Any final comments? Supervisor Rutherford.
I'd just like to also echo Supervisor Gray's comment, thanking the staff. An incredible amount of work to keep all of our goals in the forefront and get the business of the county done for the people of this county. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. I think we will take a 10-minute break, turning approximately 10:40 to continue the meeting.
Now
This is,
she's gotten really beautiful.
I'm glad to see you looking yourself again.
You just missed me, Carl.
Okay, we'll reconvene the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors after an extended break, and we'll ask the clerk to read item 21.
Consideration of authorizing the Tuolumne County, actually, we need to recess first. Sorry about that. Recess or reconvene as the Tuolumne County.
I said
Water-
reconvene.
Okay, we'll do that.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We got to reconvene as the Tuolumne County Water Agency. Thank you.
Okay, consideration of authorizing the Tuolumne County Water Agency to issue a press release in opposition to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan.
Good morning.
Okay.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. On December 13th, just a few days, the public draft of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, EIS-EIR, the Environmental Impact Report Statement, they'll be made available for 120 days of public comment. This particular occasion will likely be marked with a press conference with the governor and with the Department of Water Resources at the state capitol. Tuolumne County has concerns with this particular Bay Delta Conservation Plan, this draft. And so we listened in on a conference call a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was just a week ago. There is an agency called Californians for a Fair Water Policy. It's a consortium of various non-governmental, private, and public agencies who are getting together to have a simultaneous press conference that will state reasons why the Bay Delta Conservation Plan in its current draft is not favorable for a variety of purposes. And so what's being proposed is to have a press release prepared to be released on that December 13th date, which states the Tuolumne County's reasons why we do not support the current version of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. The 3 points being that there is threat to taking additional water from Tuolumne County's two main rivers, the Tuolumne and the Stanislaus rivers, the enormous cost of this plan, and who's going to pay for it? Well, of course, the taxpayers, and that ultimately the problems that they're trying to solve will not be solved with with what the Bay Delta Conservation Plan purports to do. So they want to take more water, move more water through the Delta, and move water away from the Delta to the drier areas of the state. So what has been prepared for your consideration is a potential press release. This is just a draft. The thought is that the board could, should you desire, approve the release of a press release after it is also reviewed by the members of the Tuolumne County Water Policy Advisory Committee, which does meet next week. And the bright minds on that committee could provide additional information and input into this press release. So that's before you today. I'm open for any edits to what's before you.
Okay. Any comments from the board?
Well, I think we can work on the words a little bit, and I think we need to do that. I've just started, since I just got this, just started wordsmithing it, and I think it needs some work, but I think it's very important that we start taking public positions on especially water issues. We risk being outflanked and overwhelmed by those that do if we don't. And I think it's really important that we do this. And I would recommend that we consider approving a public release on the three basic, opposing it on the three basic precepts: that it's too costly, it will not accomplish the stated Bay Delta Conservation Program's goals, either one of them, and that it will ultimately require water, not just from Tuolumne County. I think we need to let people know throughout the Sierras that if this plan goes forward, it's likely that periodically, fairly often, every one of the reservoirs in the uphill of the delta will be emptied down to the river level, possibly, in order to provide the flows that the delta requires to maintain its ecosystem if the tunnels divert the water away. So I think that should be the precepts that we're opposing it on, and I think we do need to have a public face on this issue.
Okay, Supervisor Gray.
Yes, I would agree with Supervisor Rutherford. You know, we may be a small player in this, but we could be the biggest loser if this isn't done right. And, you know, sending all the water to Southern California is, it looks to me that's what the intention is, and we don't have it to give.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I agree with both comments that were made, and think that this, it would be helpful if this went to the Water Advisory Board, if there's time.
We're actually meeting on the 11th, so we can work it and get some final language to do the release if that's the board's desire.
I think that would be a good idea to get that input. And I would just note that at the CSAC conference, I guess almost 2 weeks ago, there was a water forum that was very interesting, as a number of counties have the same concerns and share those, and would encourage that when this press release is done, we circulate it also to as many entities as we can, and certainly the other counties that were represented in that forum, and encourage them to take similar action.
Okay. Supervisor Royce, you got anything you want to add?
I agree with everything.
Anybody from the public want to add anything? Okay, I'd like just to make a comment. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see Pete there.
He's not a public.
He's public. Come on, Pete, you say something, then I'll make my comments.
Absolutely. Good morning. Pete Campa, City of Sonora resident and now representing the Tuolumne County Business Industry Association as well. I want to tell you how much I appreciate this board and the Water Agency Board taking up this issue. This is huge, not only for this county, but the state of California. And certainly this Sierra Nevada. I want to echo those comments. I think the focus of our comments really need to be on the cumulative effects, because people can look at this as a singular plan that allows for water extractions that have occurred in the past. What's the problem? Well, it gives them a permit to do that. It gives them a right to take that water even with other effects. And that is a very, very damaging thing. And when you combine that, you know, if you look back, our forefathers really had some good vision. They had that crystal ball back over 100 years ago. They were able to look forward. They developed a system. They saw the population growth. They saw where the water was. They developed a system of water rights. They developed a system of priority for these mountain counties. They said, you know, we're going to reserve this water because when you need it, it may not be there. It's going south. It's going other areas. They put that in state law. Those have been in effect, and they have been challenged in court, and they've been successfully defended. But they are now being attacked from all directions. And also, our forefathers couldn't see the changes in the environmental regulations over the decades. I mean, what was acceptable decades ago is absolutely not acceptable these days, and you just couldn't get it done. So they didn't see that. What they forgot to do in setting up that system of water rights is protect the delta. They did the state and federal projects, but they didn't come back and say, well, what's the effect of the delta? Then you've got the delta that goes through its 1990s iterations in all of the delta planning activities that really didn't go anywhere. It just created a bunch of controversy and spent a lot of money without any end result. Then you have just exactly the right climate with exactly the right players in the state capital, exactly a brief weakness in public agencies representing water interests in the state of California for whatever reason, and you get the Delta in peril. And that is what was played for the 2009 water legislation. It was played over and over with videos statewide, and those folks did a fantastic job of saying how the Delta was being affected and how it was all going to fall apart. Earthquakes were just going to tear it apart. Well, there are two goals: restore the Delta ecosystem and secure the water supply for the state of California. They've developed all of the plans, like the Delta plan, the flow standards that they're working on through the State Water Board, the structure and process for the State Board to make decisions that puts more credibility and more authority in the hands of the staff without a public process. The Delta Water Quality Plan, and as Craig was referring to before, the Basin Plan. All of those plans are what limited this county's access to the water supply. The law has allowed it, but those plans made it clear that you couldn't access it. So those were the roadblocks. I think the biggest problem with BDCP is that it is the permit that I started talking about that allows for the long-term withdrawal of water from the Delta, and that is to secure the water supply of the state, and that will require us to be the ones who restore the Delta with our water from our county through all of these other plans. There's absolutely no doubt that those are coming together to require more water from us. So you've got 10 years from now, you might see me standing up here in my, with a cane, and I'm still saying, now we've got the Sierra in peril. Now it's time for us to develop a plan to restore the water supply in the Sierra and the ecosystem in the Sierra. So this is really the icing on the cake, I believe, for the state's water supply, for the Sierra Nevada water supply, and the more vigorous and clear we can be in opposing this plan and stating the cumulative effects, the better off we're going to be. So I appreciate your support in moving that to your committee and giving them the authority to respond.
Thank you very much. Comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to make one, and I want to thank Pete Campa for his comments. He more than obliquely, but not quite directly, referred to a concept that I think that we need to start fostering everywhere we go, and that is that while we support the concept of Bay Delta conservation, okay, and maybe we need to be explicit in our opposition to the preferred alternative on the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. Maybe we need to be explicit in supporting conservation of the Bay Delta and the necessary planning that goes along with that. But we need to also press for a Sierra water conservation process that is co-equal in scope, magnitude, whatever, importance, all of that, with the Bay Delta. Because when you talk to people from outside the region and you ask them where their tap water comes from or where the water that flushes their toilets comes from, a lot of them will refer to the Bay Delta. And then if you look at them and you ask them, well, where does the Bay Delta get its water? They go, well, I don't know. And the answer is the Sierra foothills and the Sierra Mountains, the watersheds of all of our mountain, wild and scenic and sometimes not so scenic rivers. So we need to start pushing that. And I think pushing a Sierra water conservation, that's the source, folks. That's the source for all the water. 70% of the water, drinkable water, consumable water in the state of California comes from the foothills. So, enough said.
Okay. Anybody else in the public? Mr. Cadigan.
This time I will introduce myself. Jerry Cadigan, Sonora resident, Tuolumne County resident. I gather from the comments so far that this is going to go to the what is it? It's the Advisory Committee of the Tuolumne County Water Agency.
Thank you. I was going to get to what our process is here.
For some wordsmithing, what have you. I'm going to have one very important suggestion, and I just want to run it by you. I'm going to actually have two of them. Is that we assume that the reader knows why we're concerned about their coming after our water. They don't, because we don't say it here. What has got to be emphasized is that the so-called peripheral tunnels will take roughly half of the Sacramento River water that now flows through the Delta and run it under the Delta. The Delta needs that fresh water. Where are they going to do the makeup? We've got to. It's got to be a neon lights. So, I will be at that committee meeting on the 11th. I will be there on the 11th, and I'll be glad to help do some redrafting. The other suggestion I'm going to make, and I think it should be made while the full board is here, is that your board now has sent a letter in response to the California Water Plan opposing Bay Delta Conservation Plan. With all due respect to the Tuolumne County Water Agency, the people who get this press release and the members of the public who might read an article if Alex Breitler, who's probably the best candidate, does something, they don't know who would the Tuolumne County. I would suggest, but I think probably you want to think about it and nod your head, I would suggest that somewhere in this, when we redraft it, we say, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors has already taken a position opposing, and attached is the letter, and attach that to the press release. That will get more attention. I'm not saying that this is going to get any attention. I can't predict what the media will do, but as I've told Daniel and a couple of you supervisors, I know I've recommended about 10 names of media people who ought to get this press release. I know about 5 of them pretty well, and I will lobby them. And Supervisor Brennan made the point, is that every county up and down the Sierras ought to be doing this, but we have a legitimate basis for taking the lead because we've got 2 of the biggest rivers at risk. So those are my comments, and I'll see you all on the 11th.
I would thank you. I really appreciate your comments, both you and Pete, knowledgeable water people. We have an opportunity, folks. If we could get a reasonable draft done today, I will be at RCRC tomorrow and be more than happy to take and put it in front of everybody, a copy, and suggest they do a similar thing. I mean, I hate to say time is of the essence, but I think it is. I would like to at least get a reasonable draft done today, and so I was going to suggest process-wise that we work on the draft. The water agency can approve it on the 11th and send it out, but I'd like to have a reasonable draft that I could take with me tomorrow, and I'd like to suggest that we take some of our minutes over lunch hour to put our comments in and see if we can't have a draft, a rough draft by the end of the day that I could take with me to RCRC tomorrow.
I'm okay with that.
Anybody else agree? Okay, I would like then to take these drafts, get our comments in. We all got to turn them into, I'm going to say, Rutherford and Richardson by 1 o'clock, and go from there, and so we can have a reasonable draft this afternoon, and we'll continue this item 21 after our 2 o'clock appointment.
Okay. I've got a comment and then a question. First, I want to thank Mr. Cadigan for actually being the inspiration for going in public in the media. It was his idea to begin with, and I really appreciate him providing the points of contact. It's very useful. I'm wondering if Jerry, you and Pete, and Daniel and I can meet at our noon break for lunch in the CAO's in Daniel's office or in and around it. I know the conference room in there. Maybe we can use the library. So are you guys available around noon, Jerry? Pete? Reluctantly. Okay, then we'll plan on meeting, and I'm not sure Brown Act-wise what we can do, but I'll get the comments from the other board members.
Okay, with that, we'll continue this item to this afternoon, and we'll go to item 22, please.
Consideration of reviewing the emergency action regarding the Ackerson Creek crossing replacement and determining whether or not there is a need to continue the action.
Sarah, I think I need to recuse myself.
On Ackerson Creek?
Yeah, I've done work for one of the contractors before as a sub. Would that be?
Well, I probably would need more information from you about this, but you did,
Sorry.
that's okay. So since we probably don't have time to get more information, to be safe, you probably can go ahead and recuse yourself on this item.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board. I am Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the CRA Engineering Division. In front of you today, just a reminder that pursuant to Section 22050 of the Public Contract Code, your board must review the emergency action you took on November 12th, which was a great day, by the way, at your next regular scheduled meeting to report again what's going on the Ackerson Creek project and to determine by a fourth-fifth vote whether or not a need to continue
Excuse me,
the action.
I did a bad thing.
What?
I didn't recess the Tuolumne
Oh,
County
excuse me.
Water Agency and reconvene the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. So let me do that, and I don't know that you have to repeat all that, but thank you.
Please.
Okay. So to bring forward what progress has been done, so far engineering staff has worked at securing contracts and getting bonds in with a contractor. We've had a pre-construction meeting to go over the sequencing and what we are going to do with replacing those culverts on Ackerson Creek on Evergreen Road. Currently, engineering staff is reviewing all the submittals, making sure they're in compliance of what we need. And the anticipated schedule to have this complete is January 10th, with all depending on when we receive our box culverts from Jensen. So that is the critical date and the critical milestone in our path, which is anticipated to be received on the 16th. Working with the need to keep Evergreen Road open, we've also laid out a staging plan in which we will keep the road open as a one-lane bridge in order to insert those culverts and still provide access to the public. And that's what I have today to report on. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Questions?
I'm not sure I'm clear on what we're trying to do here.
She's giving us a status report.
But there's a consideration of continuance. I'm not sure I understand.
Okay, I apologize.
This action was taken under Public Contracting Code 22050.
22050.
Which requires that your board continue to review the action until its completion, and as soon as the emergency is no longer present, then you would end the action, and the traditional public bidding procedures would go into place.
Okay, now I'm
That's
clear.
Ms. Allen, what was the original schedule we thought when we first started this thing?
We wanted to have it done by November 25th, but due to, there was sequencing in place, also working with our partnerships, getting that in funding, and making sure that we could get the box culvert in on time. We've been pushing Jensen, and that has been told us that we will receive it later than anticipated.
So our original schedule was unrealistic.
I wouldn't say that, but it's.
'Cause you're
there's
telling us
sequencing
January
for project
something, right?
management that you need to have in place in order to make that 25-day sequencing
Well,
work.
I believe the original date was based on a sole source competition, and we had to review that, which induced some delays. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, but I'm still hearing January 9th, did you say?
10th.
10th, January 10th? I'm just worried about that. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just by way of another bit of update on the funding front, your board asked me to make advances to Hetch Hetchy and to the park to see if they could increase their contribution. And while I don't have anything definitive, I was communicating with Don Newbacher from Yosemite Park as recently as actually this morning. And he is pursuing basically a doubling of their original commitment. It's not a done deal, but he's hopeful, and he is pursuing additional bear funding. So he phrased it to me that he is to be encouraged, optimistic, and that's where he's going for the funding. And then from Hetch Hetchy, that's been a back and forth discussion between engineers. They're thinking that it may be over-designed. We thought we addressed one of their concerns based on the design standard that was used as a 10-year event versus a 100-year event, but they're still having some differences on the flows, flow calculations. That's not a done deal, but doesn't feel very positive that we're going to see any increase there. But we have asked them to also double their contribution from the 25 to 50. I'll just continue to press that.
Please do. Thank you, San Francisco. He who benefits most from this, is the least contributor. We really appreciate that. That's my personal comment. Okay, what else? Do we need anything else? Other than to continue we need to continue the emergency
action.
Action plan. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further comments? Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Rotifer. Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have 4 with 1 absent or recused, so we passed it with a 4/5. Thank you. We have item 23, please.
Better play it safe.
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance replacing Chapter 11.2 and 11.12 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Mr. York.
Good morning. Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of the Roads and Engineering Division for Tuolumne County. Before you today, I have a proposal for revisions to Title 11, and I think that are going to be very beneficial to our to provide flexibility in the ordinance. First of all, let me state that the purpose of Title 11 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code is to establish basic design and construction standards for roads in order to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare. The proposed revisions to Title 11.02 and 11.12 are intended to clarify existing provisions and modify the standards to provide more flexibility for development projects and to comply with the state's fire safety regulations in Public Resources Code 4290. As just a little bit of history, in response to the Oakland Hills fire and other catastrophic fires in California, the state legislature adopted Public Resources Code 4290 to establish fire safety standards for new development, and that was done statewide. And the provisions of the Public Resources Code is to adopt local fire safety standards in lieu of the state standards. Local standards must provide, and this is the key statement here, the same practical effect as those contained in Public Resources Code 4290. And furthermore, they must be approved by the State Board of Forestry. We adopted our codes, our local codes, in 1992 after the PRC 4290 was adopted statewide. It also affected standards in Chapter 15.2, which you'll be hearing about in a next item. In accordance, the staff has prepared a proposed ordinance for the Board of Supervisors' consideration. The ordinance reflects the collaborative efforts of all parties involved. The ordinance has been reviewed by the County Counsel's Office and by the CAL FIRE local representatives. They're right over there. Raise your hand. There you go. Okay. And I want to mention at least that this was part of a collaborative effort also involving a development process review team. And it's been very useful, very functional to get that information. Some of the revisions, I'll just hit the highlights, involve definition changes that are very critical to the flexibility of this document. And some of the key definition changes are providing a description of what is meant by an all-weather surface, which is referred to in the Public Resources Code 4290, but we actually put a definition to it. Key element is the redefinition of a common driveway. And just basically the difference is the ordinance code allows for a common driveway to serve 2 lots with as many as 3 houses on each lot, a total of 6 dwelling units. What we've changed here is now we provide that a common driveway can serve up to 6 lots with not more than 1 house on each. You're still dealing with 6 dwelling units.
That's the number.
Yeah, that's the number. That's the key number. So the other ones that we added were a turnaround hammerhead. We've been doing that on driveways. Now we're extending that definition to be useful on the roads for an alternative turnaround. Uniform surface, just putting a definition in there. And urban streets is actually a cleanup item. It actually came about through changes to the Tuolumne County Circulation General Plan and the Regional Transportation Plan.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Back on the common driveway,
Yes.
it went from 2 lots with 3 structures on each lot up to 6 lots with 1 structure.
Total of 6 total dwelling units.
Could you have a combination
Yeah.
of the 2? In other words, could I have 1 lot with 3 structures on it and 3 other lots with a single structure on it for a total of 6?
The way it's written, yes, I believe you could.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
That's what I-
Because otherwise, we're in a situation where we could preclude something that was already permitted
Yeah.
in the future. So
That's why I
The
said
definition
number
is
6.
set up so that it's up to 6 dwelling
Yeah,
units.
that's why I moved the issue
Yeah.
6. Is that-
Other things that we did were just cleanup work to make the document a lot more readable. You'll see that we put tables on pages 6, 8, 9, and it makes it much easier to read. All the numbers have, instead of just having in text form, they've been added. And it's cleanup, and then you got that nice diagram there on page 7 of 12 on the revisions that shows the geometry for the hammerhead turnaround. And so anyhow, those are all cleanup items. And then actually the major change, the one that's the most meaningful in a lot of respects, is the cul-de-sac length limit, which is shown as section 11.12.040, which is shown on the bottom of page 9, and the text change is actually on the top of page 10. But what I want to do is, if you go back and you look in the initial handout, you'll find an exhibit map that looks like this. Try to hold that still. That exhibit map really explains the concept of the cul-de-sac length, and the concept is really to allow serial development. In the prior text of Title 11, if you had one parcel that was zoned R1 at the bottom, then the maximum length of that cul-de-sac for any division of land consideration was 800 feet. So that one piece of zoning down at the bottom could affect anything that would happen beyond that. What we've done here is we've provided that if the road meets the cul-de-sac and has a cul-de-sac built at each one of those length limits, then you could get as far out as the 1 mile, as long as the entire road design, and it's on the, if you look on the fourth page of your front document, you'll find this exhibit. sorry I didn't give you good enough directions here, but where the agenda request is, it's on the back side of it.
Yep.
John's got it there, I see, he's got it. So, this is really a key document. We brought the Board of Forestry up here, they did a presentation, we presented this concept to them, I went to lunch with them, talked about it, and we will eventually be taking this back to the Board of Forestry for consideration on the final document. So that's a key piece in providing the flexibility that we're looking for in this document. And then the last item that's really a revision is the gates, electric gates on roads that are private roads. You still can't have a gate on a public road, but we're providing flexibility for roads that are private roads to have electric gates on them. And again, that was something that we discussed when we had the Board of Forestry up here a long time ago. I would also like to acknowledge representatives from the DPRT, Mr. Banks and Ron Koff right there, and they were involved in helping us work out some of these things. So at this point, I just want to read the basic motion that we're looking for here, and I'll try to get back to it. It is recommended that your board waive the first reading of and introduce the proposed ordinance replacing chapters 11.02 and 11.12 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and schedule the second reading of the ordinance for your meeting of December 17th. After that action, we will be going to the Board of, this will be given to the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection for their review.
Okay, Supervisor Royce, you had a comment.
I have a comment and then a process question. First of all, I just wanted to compliment all the staff involved in making this happen. This is a good reform. It's going to add a lot of flexibility. I really, really appreciate that. Same thing with fire guys, everybody that's helped. And then second thing, just looking at the recommendation, does this need to be referred to a planning commission also? No. Okay, perfect. Then I would just say
Okay, let's see, any other comments? Any public comment?
Tag team.
Ron Kopp with Tuolumne County Business Council. I just, want to reiterate that, this is a issue that started a long time ago with the DPRT, and it was brought up as, just here are some of the conflicts. You can do 6 houses on 2 lots, but you can't do 6 houses on 1 lot. So it's cleaning up a lot of those points that we brought up, and it shows that the process is working, and we are working towards that. So I appreciate staff and the fire department's help in getting this through, and Duke explained it all very well, but really it's cleaning up a lot of issues that allows flexibility in how you go forward and develop things rather than having to go through a set process. And in this day and age, nothing's set on how you go forward and do real estate development, so the more flexibility you can add, the better. So I encourage you to pass this and move it on to the next step. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Board, Mark Banks, Tuolumne County Building Industry Development Process Review Team. Also, that's sort of the genesis of this thing came up. I think we've complained about it for years. It seemed like a common sense thing, but it took the DPRT to kind of kick it, and it's been 3 years in coming just about. 4290, the Oakland Hills thing and that access that proved where we had a lot of problems. But since then, we've also had a lot of other measures that make homes less prone to burn. So these things just make common sense that this whole thing is adopted. And while we had some trepidation about going back to the Board of Forestry and losing some of the ground we made, I think we've alleviated a lot of that. And I got to thank CRA, Fire, Public Works, everybody that's worked on this thing, including the whole DPRT team. But this is really important because this sort of dovetails with our blueprint process and our efficient development. Some of the things we wanted to do, especially with the cul-de-sac length limits, we were handcuffed. We could not get to some of the things we wanted to do because of the way the old ordinance was written. So these changes make a whole lot of sense, and I encourage the board to move it on. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else, public comment? I want to weigh in here a little bit. I really like this. I think it's a really big improvement. But I do have a concern. I have a concern that, we mentioned fire. But this is just one part of the thing, and fire safety has to do it. I'm concerned that with all the comments I hear coming in about fire insurance going up in Tuolumne County, particularly post-rim fire. Of course, I don't understand that because 400 square miles is burned, which won't burn again for a while, why insurance rates are going up. But I'm concerned that perhaps our policies need to have a comprehensive review for what I'll call fire smart or whatever. I think that some of the things we do potentially promote fire or propagation of wildfire, for instance, and that we ought to do it. For instance, I think open space in O1 promote propagation of wildfire, simply because O1, people use it as an excuse, open space, to not even go in there and not do the things they ought to do. We ought to be setting guidelines that promote fire safety and anti-fire propagation and things. I think this is a big step on what we're doing, but I think we need to take a comprehensive approach to fire safety in our county.
Can I address that real quick?
Sure.
Just to maybe excite you a little bit. Yesterday, we had our Biological Resources Ad Hoc Committee, and we had an extensive discussion about the balance between open space and biological resources mitigation and fuels reduction, vegetation management, and then also invasive plant species management, because that's one of the issues. You get open space, and it has to be left untouched, whether it's O or O1.
Whether it has to be intentional, that's the way people take it.
That's the way they take it. So we want it to be easy for people to manage it. We want it to be encouraged, and we want it to be balanced. And so we are considering those things, and so we are taking a comprehensive approach.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking about the net benefit, not only for how we do things, but for our people in terms of fire insurance. That's weighing heavy on me since I'm hearing all these things, denials and very high insurance rates. And I just heard it 2 days ago from someone who just bought a place in Tuolumne County and had a very difficult time getting fire insurance. So anyway, with that, I've said enough.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
Defensible space is allowed within open space also, up to, is it 100 or 200 feet? 100 feet. So irregardless, you can do that.
Yeah.
And you have to, actually.
You have to.
Okay. Any final comment? Oh, Mr. York, you want to add something?
Only that this did go before the Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee, and they voted unanimously to support the changes in Title 11. That would be Supervisor Royce and Gray, I believe, at the time.
So they have to recuse themselves because they...
No, it's Chicago voting. You can vote often.
Oh. Just don't die and vote. Okay, well, Chair would entertain a motion.
I would happily move to waive the first reading and schedule the second reading for December 17th.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Those with conflict of interest in another committee, moved and seconded, Royce and Gray. So any final comments from the public? Board? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Big step forward. I like it. Item 24?
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by repealing Chapter 15.04 and replacing it with the new 1504.
Morning, Chairman, members of the board. Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. I'm really excited about this ordinance. There's a lot I want to say, but I know you guys are busy, so I made a list of the very basic things that I need to cover on this so you have a good feeling about the progress we're making in adopting this ordinance. As your board is aware, the California Building Standards Commission adopts triennially the California Building Standards Code. That is all of the adopted model codes for construction and development, building, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, green building standards, that sort of thing. Every 3 years they update it. They set a publication date, and from there we have 6 months to review the entire document, make any changes that we feel are necessary for this region, and then get that out before it becomes a mandatory adoption. July this was published, and Steve Gregory and I, who's the senior fire inspector for the county, spent a considerable amount of time going through the document, looking at what was successful in the last adoption and how we could make this adoption work even better, which means there's a couple of additions. But in addition to that, because we've had a change in our code compliance ordinance and now going to a second reading of Title 11, there's a lot of little things that we need to change to be consistent with the newer ordinances that encompass development. So rather than burden you with 50 pages of minor amendments, we went with repealing the entire chapter and adopting a new chapter, making all the necessary changes, and then adding all the fun stuff that we're excited about. To draw to the specifics, there's a handful of appendices that we're recommending be adopted. Those appendices were not adopted last code cycle because we didn't know what they were going to do, and they weren't mandatory. We didn't know if they were going to be helpful or harmful, so we did not adopt them in 2010. And these are only a fraction of the appendices that are in the back of these model codes. As the chief building official, I have limited authority on using case-by-case basis and drawing from other code sections or other documents. So we felt that last go around, let's just see where they sit, if we have to use them, on exception, or how often do we end up, using these other documents rather than just winging it. We'd rather have something to go back to. And we found that a handful of these we were coming up with frequently as a method to solve minor issues in the field and promote construction in a safe manner. Some of the highlights, for instance, the appendices for patio covers. That is basically the same language in both the residential and the building code. However, it makes a distinction on the size and weight of one in order to exempt, for instance, large foundations, or in some ways make it easier to get patio sunrooms where you have glazing, or you have, you're enclosed but you're not technically enclosed. We don't want to call it an addition and charge a higher permit fee and go through all the energy compliance when it's not necessary. This appendix allows you to set that aside and push away some of the stricter guidelines. Also, U occupancies, which are miscellaneous structures. The Appendix C addresses agricultural buildings and sets aside some greater flexibility for things such as barns, livestock shelters, things where there's limited human occupancy, there's very limited fire risk, and so it allows you to increase square footages. Whereas a U occupancy is limited to 3,000 square feet under the code, the appendix, if you can specify it as an ag use, allows you in some cases to go up to 12,000 square feet. Limited fire risk, limited injury risk, greater flexibility for agricultural structures. So some of them were just because the state has its own laws that govern. For instance, the pool appendices is basically an extraction from health and safety code. So rather than have to dig through the code, we just said, let's just adopt this appendix. That way any pool company that's going to operate in this county has one document they can go to for all of their safety needs regarding pools. So in looking through all this, the premise, especially with discussions with DPRT, was how every time we adopt a code, how do we make it easier to get the permits, to regulate the structures, make sure we have a safe built environment without an excessive cost. These appendices seem to do the trick for us, and hopefully will allow us to move even further forward with our policies as far as streamlining and over-the-counter permitting, especially with the patio covers thing. Greater flexibility promotes better policies and faster permit issuance. In addition to those things, we have a new section, conditional certificates of occupancy. What we found since what's been dubbed the Great Recession, there's been a lot of structures in the process of construction that were abandoned, anywhere from at the foundation to nearing final. And in many cases, work done without permits that have been abandoned for whatever reason. We're discovering these, or people are trying to get loans to complete these structures, but we have no record of what was finished, and we're running into trouble with people being able to expose the work and identify that it meets code in many cases. If a wall's enclosed and we haven't seen it, we don't know what the electrical looks like on the inside. We don't know if it's the right size. We don't know what the stud pattern is. It generates a lot of questions, and those questions translate to added cost if we have to ask a person to open up a wall to show us if 9 times out of 10 this is a safe structure, it was done correctly because those who were building it were aware of those techniques. In addition to that, we're finding that if you have this situation, lenders don't want to buy off without a certificate of occupancy, but a certificate of occupancy in many cases says we've inspected all components of this building and it's 100% safe. We don't want to sell a bad bill of goods. We don't want to say we have looked at everything when we haven't, and we don't want to put local engineers in a situation where they have to own up to everything. We all know that they don't have x-ray vision. They don't know the steel and the concrete if they've never seen it. So they often don't want to sign off. So this is an opportunity to take that back and say, let's follow the minimum guidelines in health and safety code for anything that we haven't seen. Let's identify what is safe, what meets standard techniques or to the best of our ability does, and then identify that on the certificate of occupancy and say, okay, conditionally, we know this building is safe, but neither us or the engineer have seen these things, and we don't find this a significant threat. You're free to continue construction, or you're free to occupy the building. That's a good sell point. That's something that lenders and brokers can get behind, because now they have, they know exactly what they're getting into when they loan that money. The owner knows exactly what they're getting when we provide that service. So that's something that we put out to the county building officials. We've had a very good response from that. There are a few others already using that. For instance, Marin County has a similar process, so we're moving forward with that, and hopefully you will agree and adopt this ordinance. Also, between me and Steve Gregory in Tuolumne County Fire, we've reviewed the square footage limitations, and Steve Gregory will embellish further on it, but the 5,000 square foot limitation is something that is planned to be removed both from my document and from 1520. I don't want to steal his thunder, but I just want to make you aware that there are components in in this ordinance that will be removed because of concurrence with fire. Now's the part where I get to promote training. As tradition, every 3 years we provide free training to the public on the code changes. We have 2 set up, one the 5th of December, which is this Thursday, and that will cover the significant changes to the residential code as it applies to construction in this county. And then on the 19th of December, that will be the general changes through the other codes that were significant and some of the law changes that are going to hopefully help us in construction. Those are both going to be held at Stryker Court at 18400 Stryker at the ambulance building at 4 o'clock in the evening until 6. Got a pretty tight schedule. There's other people that are using that building, but we're going to try and jam 2 days worth of training into 4 hours. So we'll do our best, and if you have any questions after that, I can share all the information.
December 5th, and what was the other one?
The 19th, sorry, 19th. Is there any questions regarding what I brought before you today?
Questions? You got one, go.
I saw the hand.
I just don't want to overcomplicate something. I think these changes are good. I just want to make sure, we want to make sure that we're doing something right and safe, but I don't want to overdo it. And, we have a question. I haven't seen the appendices, so I don't know what we're adopting exactly. But I'm fine with what we have here, but I still have an unknown.
Well, this is the first reading.
Yes.
You get 2 weeks to figure it out.
All right. I can go with that.
All right. Okay. Royce?
Yeah, well, I would agree with John. I think generally everything looks pretty good in here. I was also interested in what specifically the appendices look like. typically, when we're approving ordinances, something that has this much material, we have like a committee process or something to vet it, and we haven't really had that chance. But I know we are on somewhat of a time crunch. I'm not sure specifically. I think we have to adopt this before the end of the year, or else it just goes into effect mandatorily. So, not that really makes a difference, but does anybody, staff, have any ideas of a process where we could get an opportunity to look more specifically at the appendices and have some flexibility if there were potential changes before the 17th?
I haven't provide training.
Well, I was going to suggest that our chief billing official would be happy to meet with the board members individually or in groups of no more than two.
Myself.
And if there were potential changes, though, I mean, this is the first reading. If we go to a second reading, we don't have the opportunity to change anything at that point then, though, right?
Well, if we would do another first reading, if there are significant changes that board members want to make to the ordinance, then we would modify the proposed ordinance and bring it back for another first reading. So it goes back through the process.
And schedule-wise, is that a problem, or is that?
I was just saying, by law, state law, the new building code goes into effect January 1st, regardless of what we do. But because we want to make some changes to our ordinance and we want to adopt certain appendices, we would like to get it done as soon as possible. But again, if it goes into effect and you don't adopt it until after January, you're only talking about a few weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, my question would just be for the board, I guess, if they would prefer a committee process or just individuals asking questions in meeting.
I'd be content with just getting, just forward me some of the copies of those appendices so I don't have to search
Absolutely.
through everything. And
Just be able to review them.
And then I'll just take a look and.
I can provide copies of all the appendices distributed to the board.
All right.
That's pretty
Thank
much
you.
all I want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Doug.
Any further comments? Public comment?
I do have a couple other
Whoops.
small questions.
Okay.
There was one section that talked about, I think it was demolition, it was an exemption, or what was it? It's a discretionary, I think it's page 14 on the electronic version. Hold on. Conditional certificate.
I think you're looking at 1504, proposed 060 building permits discretionary and subject to conditions.
Yeah, I think we're removing the HPRC, putting the building official in charge of that. And then I think the next section talks about an appeals process for the board. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's a good thing, and I just wanted to verify that there is that appeals process. And
Yes, there is.
That's good.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Gregory have something he wanted to say?
His is the next item, but.
Next, okay. Well, he referred to you, took your name in vain. I didn't know whether you wanted to add
Can-
something there.
It wasn't
Okay,
vain.
so in that case, the chair would entertain a motion.
I actually, I'd be happy to make a motion, but I did have a couple questions for
Okay,
Mr.
go, ask
Gregory.
the questions.
Can you just give us a summary, since this ordinance that we're approving actually is kind of hinged on the next item, and we're foreshadowing a little bit, will you just refer to those items since we're adopting it?
The 5,000 square foot, is that what we're referring to?
Yeah, just a little background of why we're doing that. and-
Okay, Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire. Basically, the 5,000 square foot ordinance we've had in place for quite a few years. The building code and the fire code have now addressed most of the issues that were concerns back in the day. Surrounding counties, Calaveras, Mariposa, Stan County, Alpine, have all gotten rid of their sprinkler ordinances and gone with the building fire code. So basically, we're trying to come into line with the surrounding counties. We're all on the same page.
So it basically applies to commercial, the portion with the sprinklers.
It's
basically.
commercial.
That's
yes.
only commercial, and it goes from 5,000 to 3,000?
It's all based on occupancy.
Oh,
The new
so it's
building code now requires
Not
any-
based on footage?
No, it's
Okay.
based on occupancy and square footage of that occupancy.
Okay.
The building code in 2010 addressed any structure or building that people sleep in
Mhm.
has to be sprinklered, regardless of size.
Mhm.
So the building and fire codes have gotten so strict that we feel that we don't need to be any more restrictive.
Cool. Okay, and then if you'll humor me here, I have one final question. And let me look. Hold on a second. The SRA state responsibility areas, and then there's the hazard maps. Do those correlate, or are those separate maps? I know, like, in Tuolumne specifically, it's not an SRA area, so you don't pay the fire fee, but are those subject to, like, 7A requirements, or how, is there flexibility for those maps? Or, I know they were mentioned in here, but I've always wondered that, where you look that up, how that's created.
There's 2 LRA areas in Tuolumne County, Sonora City and Tuolumne City. The rest of the
Yeah.
county is all SRA. The FRAP maps, which you refer to, are the fire hazard mitigation maps. Basically, those were created to show fire severity in the county. To touch on Randy's point about insurance, a lot of the insurance companies got a hold of those maps and used those as reference material to how they issue insurance policies. That's not what those maps were ever intended for. But Sonora City adopts their own ordinance. I'm sure they'll be going through the same process that we are. And Tuolumne City, in theory, I guess, does the same because they are an LRA area.
So my question then is, do 7A requirements apply to those areas or not? If you're within?
No.
They do not. Okay. That's good. Thank you.
Just to embellish on the 5,000 square foot limitation, in the last few years, there's been a lot of structures proposed that would have been over 5,000 square feet, but the building code has allowed roof construction that would basically turn it into 2 separate buildings, although it didn't look like it from the front. So with that and our ordinance saying under one roof, it just kind of removed the need to have it because anyone could do this even in the code. So, and some of the occupancy categories, while some are more restrictive, for instance, wood fabrication would be 2,500 with it, or sprinkler. But some storage goes up to 10,000. Not that we see something that big in the county, but there's greater flexibility there, and it focuses on what is the fire risk and what is not a fire risk.
Awesome. I'm ready to make a motion.
Make the motion.
Well, I'll start it off just one more time, complimenting staff. Always looking for ways to be more flexible, streamlined. Good job. I appreciate that. And with that, I will make my motion, and I'll wait for, I guess.
What's your motion?
To waive the first reading and schedule the second reading for December 17th.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Royce, second by Gray. Do you have a comment you wanted to make, Mr. Banks?
Yeah, Mark Banks, Tuolumne County Building Industry, and it should have been a public comment, but I was waiting for the other half, the 5,000, to comment on both. But
Well, that's okay.
anyway.
We take public comment anytime.
Okay. Two concepts here that work really well, and I think that this was the previous item that you guys, the Chapter 11 thing. The Board of Forestry came up, and they recognize, as well as a lot of the building officials, that some of their best knowledge is in the local. They rely on the local people to say, what are the conditions that exist in your local jurisdiction that need some flexibility or needs, so they allow some discretion in those things. Back when Chapter 7A was implemented, we had a new chief building official and a relatively new chief fire official, and it was, we're going to follow this thing to the letter of the law because we're new and we like our job and we want to keep these jobs. So now
Did
what
they
we're
say
seeing, well, and so now what we're seeing is the evolution of them being able to exercise some of their discretion and getting some common sense things into these, as these code changes come forward and everything. I appreciate them being proactive and saying, okay, look, here's some things where we can make some local changes. We're allowed that discretion. Let's use it, and it makes it easier for everybody. So I applaud that effort, and I encourage you to follow their lead here. And encourage them to do more of that in the future, too. So, thank
You want us to add that to the motion?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public want to comment? All comments from the members of the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 25.
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by repealing Chapter 1520 and replacing it with a new 1520.
Members of the board, Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire. Basically going to piggyback on what Doug said. We kind of just talked about it. This is adopting the 2013 fire code, like we did 3 years ago when we did the 2010. We spoke about the 5,000 square foot ordinance change. That was really the big change. The other language in here is just some cleanup language, coming in line with driveway definitions to line up with Title 11. We repealed the section regarding residential sprinklers because it's now a moot point.
No, with me it isn't.
We had a section there with defensible space, setbacks for new parcels that had a 50 and 100-foot property line setback. On parcels that are 1.2 acres, it can be rather onerous to find a piece on that property that's 100 foot from all property lines. So the state minimum is 30 foot. We felt that that was strict enough, so we went with a 30 foot. And then 1520, we got some cleanup language. Any changes to 1520 had to go to the Board of Forestry. Anything that was tied to our in lieu regs had to go to the Board of Forestry. 2013 fire code doesn't have anything to do with the in lieu regs, so we want to change that so every time we do a code adoption, we don't have to go back to the Board of Forestry. We're literally just changing the 2010 to 2013, so we don't feel we shouldn't be having that onerous of a process to go back to Sacramento just to change a date. So we're doing some cleanup language with Carlin Shop, and that's basically it in a nutshell.
Okay, any questions? Public comment? Most of the public's gone. Okay, Chair would entertain a motion.
I'll move to, I guess it's the same thing, waive the reading and schedule the 17th for the 2nd. And thank you once again.
Second. Okay, second. Okay, I got a motion by Royce, a second by Gray. Any final comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Item 26.
Consideration of authorizing the fire department to apply for the assistance to firefighter grants.
Mr. Evans, I take it you're up.
Good morning, Roy Evans, Assistant County Fire Warden. I guess I am probably the only one left here. Before you this morning is authorization, before you this morning is authorization for Tuolumne County Fire Department to apply for the Assistance to Firefighters Grant. This is another subcategory of the FEMA grant process. It's been in existence since 2001. The equipment that is listed in the board memo is critical equipment to our operation. It's important. I'm just going to briefly go over them. Self-contained breathing apparatus, that goes without saying. We need that equipment to effectively do our job, along with the 60 sets of personal protective equipment. We are applying for 20 AED units. Some of these will be placed on fire apparatus. Others will be placed in local schools. We found through some surveys that local schools are having some issues acquiring this equipment. So it's our intent to take some of that equipment that we receive if we're awarded this grant and move some of that equipment into our local schools. One of the other items is a Type 1 3,000-gallon water tender. We currently have 3 in service in the county. Those water tenders were purchased back in 89 or 90, I can't remember the exact date, and they came to us with over 1 million miles on them already. Those were long-haul chassis that were retrofitted, and we're starting to experience some pretty significant structural issues with that equipment. The other item is the breathing support. That's a mobile unit that we utilize on structure fires to fill our breathing air. And again, it's starting to get to its end of its useful life. The total grant request is $813,000. There is a fiscal impact to the county. there is a match that is required, and again, it's just in an effort to make our application more competitive. The county's match for this grant would be $44,000. And it's located currently in the fire department's Geiger Fund account. So it's our recommendation that the board authorize the fire department to apply for this grant.
Okay, questions?
Just one, if we apply for this grant, what's the deadline as far as knowing when we would receive it?
They typically will give us a notice of award sometime in the spring.
Okay.
Fine. Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
I think I read in here, I think you answered my question already. The AEDs,
Yes.
I think I read that you were just replacing units that had, were at the end of their lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want, so they are in all the schools?
No, we're replacing units that we currently have on fire apparatus. Those 6 units have been identified. The other 14 units, we would distribute through, or
Okay.
to the local schools.
Okay, good. 'Cause you answered my question.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir.
Self-contained breathing apparatus, those
Sir.
are $4,500 apiece?
Yep.
I used to dive. I never paid that much for one that said self-contained underwater breathing apparatus.
Right. These aren't underwater.
I understand.
Okay.
What makes these so, I mean, look, I know they're special, okay, but I mean,
Right.
what makes them cost that much?
You put fire or marine or anything attached to any piece of equipment and the price goes up.
So we're being gouged, okay, never
I'm not
mind.
saying
That's
we're
okay.
being
I accept,
gouged.
I accept. You don't have to explain any further. Enough. Any further comments from the board? Chair to entertain a motion.
I'd move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Boyce. Any final comments? Public, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Item 27, please.
Consideration of a waiving the first reading on an ordinance amending Section 2.04 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is being brought to you at the specific request of the board, I believe during budget hearing time, and this is to get away from having to go back and cancel meetings due to the fact that the ordinance no longer reflects our practice of meeting frequency. This ordinance would just reflect our current practice of twice-a-month meetings rather than 4 times a month, and it's noted that you can at any time still schedule additional special meetings to meet the needs of the board. So it's requested that your board waive the first reading of the proposed ordinance and schedule adoption for December 17.
What you're suggesting is that since we've been operating on a temporary basis of every other week, or first and third, that we just adopt a policy, that's where we're going to be.
Right.
Okay. Any further comments? Public? Chair to entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's waiving the first reading.
I move to waive the first reading of the ordinance, amending changing our meeting schedule from weekly to twice a month, and set it for approval on the 17th.
Where did I get the second? Your
Second.
Okay, motion by Rutherford, second by Royce. Final comments? Public, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Given the hour and the little time we'd have for reports, I think what we will do is we will recess for lunch and return for our 1:30 appointments.
Perfect.
And we'll take reports at the end of the Okay, it's 1:30 in Tuolumne County. It's time to reconvene the Board of Supervisors on December 3rd. So we will do that, and we will go to our 1:30 appointments. Ask the clerk to read the first.
Public hearing to consider Woodham's special ordinance amending Section 1706.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Nathan and Stephanie Woodhams own 2 parcels. They're located off of Wood Inn Drive in the Long Barn Lodge subdivision. When they applied for a building permit for a deck, it was discovered that their house was actually built across the common property line of their 2 parcels. They have applied for tentative parcel map T13-048 to merge the 2 parcels into one in order to proceed with their building project. Pursuant to the zoning ordinance, properties cannot be merged if they will result in a parcel that has more than any additional primary zoning districts. Because one of their parcels is zoned R1, and they want to merge them, and the other parcel is zoned RE2, they have applied to rezone assessor's parcel number 2709006 from RE2 residential estate 2-acre minimum to R1 single-family residential to facilitate the lot merger. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission conducted a public hearing concerning this proposed rezoning at its meeting on November 6th, and after hearing from the applicant's representative, hearing no opposition, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission has recommended approval of the zone change by unanimous vote.
Okay, any questions? Public? Is there any public comment on this item?
Public hearing.
Well, this is a public hearing. I'm sorry, I got to open the public hearing. Okay. Thank you. So we'll ask if anybody from the public wishes to speak in favor. Anybody want to speak in opposition? Anyone want to speak on the subject? Close the public hearing. Come back to the board. Comments?
I'll make a
Royce,
motion
this is your
to
motion.
approve the zone change based on findings A through D.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Gray. Is there any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Our second item.
Public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by adding section 3.40.010 P2EN 3.40.010 P36.
Good afternoon, Adam Piskowski, Senior Planner for the Community Resources Agency. As you're aware, your board adopts goals every year, and for the past few years, and continuing in 2013, your board established a goal to promote economic development and to eliminate where possible discriminants of such development. This is also reflected in the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee work program, which asks for review of the county sign ordinance, which will assist in promoting economic development by providing revisions to development regulations. Through this, the staff informed business organizations and other parties regarding the proposed updates to the sign ordinance, and we also solicited suggestions from these parties. Responses were received from the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors, the Cedar Ridge Apple Ranch, the Junction Shopping Center, the National Hotel, and Tuolumne Heritage Committee, as well as several individuals. Proposed changes to the ordinance code include a new chapter, it's chapter 12.06, to allow directional signs in county road rights-of-ways. This new chapter would allow signs on a case-by-case basis by the county's director of transportation when the placement of directional sign reduces driver confusion or improve traffic safety. Other changes include adding definitions to Title 17 for advertising media and for a banner, and amendments to Chapter 1762 of the Ordinance Code would increase the maximum height of a sign from 32 feet to 36 feet, expand on signs allowed for individuals or firms connected with construction or financing of a project, increase the maximum square footage for a detached sign from 32 square feet to 36 square feet, and to allow a minimum of 36 square feet of attached signage and 36 square feet of detached signage. We also proposed expanding on permitted signs to allow clocks, barber pole signs, and signs allowed for automobile sales lots and also gas stations. expand on the types of signs permitted by use permit to allow business information boards and other animated signs, commercial banners, bunting, flags, and other similar advertising media. We also added a news section that requires removal of signs within 90 days after a business ceases to conduct its business. The Board of Supervisors Planning Committee considered this in August, and they made several recommended changes. Your board reviewed the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee proposed amendments on October 1st and referred the item to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission reviewed the item on November 6, 2013, and recommended approval of the project with no changes. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
No questions, just a comment that, this has been well scoped, and I think staff has really done a good job reaching out to people to find out what would work best for their businesses. So I believe it's a whole bunch better than what we had, and I'm prepared to make a motion whenever.
Anybody else?
Choose to do it.
I got a couple. Looking at the pictures, I knew a little about the blue sign since I worked with Mr. Rye when he was here to get those. Are we standardizing on directional signs? Those were required at the time because they met state standards, reflectivity, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure the ones at the bottom do. I'm curious.
Yes, the effort is that they must meet, to be within the county road right-of-way, they must meet the retroreflectivity standards. Oh, my name is Duke York. I'm the Deputy Director for the Tuolumne County Roads Division. I'm assuming that that's what that little...
No, that isn't what that note was, but that's okay, Duke.
Okay.
She's reminding me.
Yes, the whole issue is to try to meet the retroreflectivity standards to make sure that these signs are informative to the public and they're visible at nighttime.
Okay, and the ones at the bottom do that too?
No, I don't know that those currently meet it. The wood ones, you mean?
Well, I don't know. There's a picture of some red signs at the bottom of that diagram, and I assume when you say examples of directional signs, I made an assumption. It doesn't say acceptable directional signs?
The ones at the bottom were just shown because this is the one area in the county where people have put these up in the past, and to show the need for this type of...
Oh, I understand
the need.
That's
the only reason
I'm not
we
questioning the
included
need. That was one of my big things was,
Right.
Directional signs sometimes are really helpful.
That's
and
right.
they keep, actually, they help people avoid traffic accidents.
That's exactly why we're doing that.
So I think that's a good deal.
But as Mr. York
But I just
said-
wanted to know if these were both acceptable or we have a standard on signs. That was my question.
The ones at the top will meet the new federal requirements for reflectivity. The old ones at the bottom are older signs. They're just put it here so you, again, to give you an example of what we're talking about.
My next question is, what's the basis of the $250 permit? I know what the blue signs on the top cost precisely.
The permit is tied to the cost of our staff to put up the sign. It's intended to cover both the materials for the sign and the effort or the staff time to put them up.
Oh, okay. Well, a permit doesn't necessarily mean that. That's what I was trying to clarify. Those signs originally cost 3 of them, total of $380 installed. Those blue signs.
Oh, the blue ones?
Yeah. $380. That's what it cost.
For 3.
For 3 of them, not each, 3 of them. Okay. I just thought I'd put that out because I'm just trying to, it's been a couple years since that happened. But that's, since we're including those costs, that isn't a big concern. It's good. I'm done with my questions. Anybody else got any questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, we're going to open a public hearing and see if the public, any member of the public would like to speak on this item in favor.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Farkas. I haven't reviewed this particular item that you are discussing at this time, but I was on an alternate on the PAC years ago when we did the element in the general plan. And I remember all the restrictions, et cetera. And I do have some questions about signage that I have seen in the county that are not in compliance. For example, on Highway 49, we see storage units sign clear across the back of the buildings. And you can see it clearly from the highway, even though it's way in, quarter mile almost inland. Who's in compliance? They're out of compliance. Who monitors that kind of sign compliance?
Ms. Shane, do you
issue?
care to answer the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, if the signs are on private property, that would fall under our sign ordinance in this ordinance code now. This is proposed to be updated. Can only be responded to on a complaint basis. So even if we drive down the road and we see signs that we know are not in compliance, we cannot take any action. We cannot initiate any action until we receive a complaint.
Oh, I see.
Now,
Okay.
signage along the state highway within the county state right-of-way, of course, is Caltrans, and on a county right-of-way, it would be our roads division, and we do have authority there that if there's a safety hazard, we can remove those immediately, of course.
Okay, the other sign, I just have questions about this because it bothers me when I see this happen. The signs, the directional signs for golf courses, wineries, that sort of thing, I've seen signs that actually look like county signs posted right on Limekiln Road, right on the bypass, in fact. Who puts those signs up, and how did they get permission for that?
Well, let's talk about the golf one first, because that occurred when Peter Rye was here. At the request, a lot of people were having a hard time finding Mountain Springs.
I understand the reason.
So we petitioned Caltrans. We sent them a letter requesting that they allow it's a symbol sign, shows a golfer, it's a graphic. We petitioned them and requested there be a locational sign, and we cited the reason. But actually, it was done under a permit from Caltrans, but a letter from the county was sent to them and that was 4 or 5 years ago, I'm guessing.
Sent to
Caltrans, I'm sorry.
requesting that.
Yes.
Okay.
And the winery ones, we go with kind of the generic symbol with the grapes on there, and we've had wineries that sometimes get lost, that can't be found, and we put those generic signs up, and I won't name the wineries, but there's quite a few, and we put those symbols up, allowing the public to better locate those facilities.
Okay. So basically, you're enhancing private business and enterprise by doing that because you're giving people direction to get to those places.
They're intended to be guide signs and informational signs, which are allowed within both county and Caltrans right-of-ways.
Okay.
Okay, we're a little off the topic here, but I view that as a public safety issue, so people can get where they're going without having to look too hard. Okay, with the issue, any further comment from the public? Close the public hearing and look to the board for a motion.
We have a fairly lengthy one here, unless I go to the last page and do community resources staff recommendations A, B, and C. That would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Royce. Any further comments from the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I think that solves a lot of problems. Appreciate that. Okay, can we take item 3 from the 1:30 appointments, please?
Public hearing to consider rescinding the following approvals regarding the Golden State Holdings, the mitigated negative declaration, resolution to change the general plan land use designation, ordinance to rezone, and the design review permit.
Okay.
And I'll be handling this one.
Oh, Ms. Stribdal,
Thank
nice
you.
to have you up here.
Oh, why, thank you. On May 7th of this year, your board approved a Columbia Area Apartment Complex project that was proposed by Golden State Holdings, LLC. In that approval, you adopted a mitigated negative declaration. a general plan designation change, a rezone, and also a conditional use permit and design review permit. On June 5th, a lawsuit was filed challenging the county's approvals under CEQA, and the parties engaged in settlement over the summer. A agreement has been reached, and a stipulation has been filed on this, and as part of the project, the project applicant has submitted a letter requesting that your board withdraw its approvals, and that is what is before you today. Because we did change, have a general plan change and a zoning change, that is why it's before you as a public hearing.
Okay, any member of the board want to comment now or wait till after the public hearing? Okay, well, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the recommendation, welcome to come forth.
I'm Barbara Farkas and President of Citizens for Responsible Growth, the complainant or whatever you want to call us. But anyway, I wanted to ask Mr. Abdal if the withdrawal of the rescinding of the vote of approval by the board should be accompanied by withdrawal of the project as well. Is that not so?
That is what has happened.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the project has been withdrawn?
Yes, in the packet, there's a letter from the applicant
Okay.
withdrawing the
I
project.
didn't see that, so that's why I'm asking. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak in favor of the recommendation?
Marilyn Fulham, a resident of Columbia, and I want you to approve this rescindation.
Okay, anybody else?
Richard Haratani, also a Columbia resident. I would like to also encourage you to accept the rescinding of this ill-conceived project. I would just like to say that I think it's a win for the community, but it's also a sad statement that it takes private citizens' time, effort, and money to right a grievous wrong. This should never have gotten this far. I'd like to remind everyone that the Columbia Planning Commission, that has been decommissioned by you, voted against this project. And for whatever reason, some of us think there's some financial gain lurking in the wings, or at least helping our buddies out that are in the building and
Excuse me, you're out of line with that accusation.
Sorry?
You're out of line with that accusation.
I didn't make a direct accusation. I said some of us
I
think
understand. You made implication, and I am telling you, you're out of line.
Thank you. So to sum it up, I hope that in the future, people's opinions, the one remaining planning commission that this county now has enough fortitude and foresight to weigh heavily what the future consequences of these kinds of projects have for our water, our safety, and our quality of life. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else wish to speak in favor of the recommendation?
Hi, my name's Bob Reagan, and I live in Columbia. I would be directly affected by that project, and I'm grateful that you guys are withdrawing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in favor of the recommendation? Okay. Anybody want to speak in opposition to the recommendation? Anybody want to speak neutral? Since there's no opposition, we'll close the public hearing, and I'll take questions and comments from the board. Supervisor Rotifer.
Sure. Since it's my district, I will move the that we rescind the approval of the mitigated negative declaration and direct staff to withdraw the notice of determination, adopt the attached resolution repealing Resolution 33-13, adopt the attached ordinance repealing Ordinance 3223, and rescind the approval of conditional use permit CUP 11-010 and design review permit DR 11-074.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any comments from the board? Motion by Rutherford, second by Gray. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. It's not 2 o'clock. So, since it's not 2 o'clock, let's back up and let's do reports, or do item 28, pardon me.
Reports.
Okay, Ms. Dribble, you leaving us?
Yeah.
We're not going to count a council report?
You will. I got to go grab Sarah.
Oh, okay. Let's start with Supervisor Brennan.
No report.
You're not Supervisor Brennan.
Oh, I thought you said Gray, I'm sorry.
No, Brennan. But we
I
can start with
apologize.
Supervisor Gray.
No report. I was
Excuse me?
out of town for a few days. And it would be too extensive for me to report on everything I did for the last 2 weeks.
Okay, we'll accept that. Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, on November 13th, we had a meeting down at UC Merced that was real informational with Dr. Bales, and hopefully they'll be looking at some projects and doing some studies in the burn area that will give us more information about what water is shed, and so that should be real beneficial. I had a meeting on the 14th at Ultra Power, and sorry, I'm having a little difficulty here with my electronics. On the 18th, I went to a rimfire review meeting. The 19th and 20th was at CSAC meetings in San Jose. Again, attended a couple of very interesting sessions. Certainly the one on water again and the Delta plan was probably the highlight. And then yesterday we had the biological resource ad hoc committee meeting, and just would report that that's moving along, and some of the discussion items that we heard this morning with regards to open space, weed control, and some of the understory growth. I think we're coming up with there will be some good recommendations coming forth on that. That's it.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford.
Okay, on the 13th, I worked with Doug Oliver from our code compliance on a complaint in Jamestown that a constituent had. Chaired the Housing Loan Review Committee and met with the Realtors Association members over lunch. On the 14th, I attended with the chairman and our CAO, Sheriff Mealy, and members of his department, the Board of State and Community Corrections meeting in Sacramento, where they were considering reallocating AB 900 money. On the 15th, I attended the Upper Tuolumne River Stakeholders Meeting in Moccasin put on by the City and County of San Francisco, mostly dedicated to Hetch Hetchy and their water operation, but also the Tuolumne River watershed. The big item of topical item there was obviously the rim fire and the recovery from it. I also attended a TUD stakeholders meeting to finalize our state water plan letter per our last Board of Supervisors meeting, and I attended in the evening a very wonderful production of Harvey put on by SRT. If you haven't seen that, well, it's gone now, so it's too late. On the 18th, I attended the Rimfire OES After Action and Review and Assessment put on by our CAO's office and our OES team. And I also attended with the rest of the crowd here our emergency BOS session that evening. On the 19th through the 21st, with several of the other members of the board, I attended the CSAC Annual Conference in San Jose, where I participated in the Administration of Justice Policy Committee meeting, the workshop on a dialogue on water in California, and I think was highlighted there one of the primary fallacies of water planning in the state of California. We had presentations by 7 different county supervisors representing 7 water regions in the state of California, and at the end of it, I raised my hand and interjected that that was a major telling moment in water dialogue in California, because none of the 7 regions, none of the spokespeople for the 7 regions lived east of California 99. The entire watershed of the Sierra Nevadas was totally ignored. So I asked if I could be the spokesman for that, and made a presentation on our behalf, and I don't think they'll make that mistake again. Also attended the Government Finance and Operations Policy Committee meeting, and I participated in the Rural Counties Caucus with our chairman and vice chairman. I also attended a reception for supervisors sponsored by the chairman of the California Republican Party, and attended the annual banquet and installation of officers, as well as all of their luncheon general sessions. On the 23rd, I was privileged to attend the anniversary celebration of Jim and Pam Costello's Mount Brow Winery. That was quite an event. And then that evening, a very meaningful event, I think certainly for me, for a lot of our ranchers, and for the entire county. Country Cowboy Church's benefit dinner for ranchers that were impacted by the rim fire that was held at the fairgrounds, and they packed the John Muir building and did some serious fundraising. It was quite a wonderful evening, and really enjoyed it. On the 25th, I participated in a conference call discussing the issues involved with the State Water Board's preferred solution on the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. We talked about that a little bit earlier today. I won't go any deeper into that. And then on the 26th, I attended a special meeting of the Mountain County Water Resource Association, listened to the newly confirmed Water Board member, Stephen Moore, who discussed at some length Bay Delta Conservation Plan and their preferred solution. If you haven't recognized the common theme here, you should. And then listen to Secretary John Laird address major California water issues, which again had very little to do with any concern about the Sierra watershed. So it just baffles me. On the 28th, with most people in the United States, I celebrated what is my favorite holiday with my wife and some friends, and ate too much turkey, but I'm recovering just fine. On the 29th, I attended several times over the weekend, I attended the Christmas fair that was at the fairgrounds. Again, that was a great event. I haven't seen the fairgrounds that packed in a long time. My wife's candy was flying out at the door, as she said. So I think all of the vendors had a really good economic experience there at the fairgrounds that weekend. So that was good. And then on the 1st, I did attend the American Legion's Veterans Breakfast at Memorial Hall. And then yesterday, I actually chaired the Amador-Tuolumne County Action Agency's Internal Affairs Committee meeting, and attended the Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee meeting. And then last evening, I attended the Tuolumne County Youth Commission non-meeting. For everybody out there, youths and parents who have youths, we really need some participants on our youth commission. It's a great opportunity for them to get an inside look at how the county and local government works, and actually do some good things for their contemporaries in terms of getting some things before the board that might help the youth in this county. So that's my report. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Royce. On the 12th of November, I met with the Jamestown Rotary. On 13th, attended our TCTC meeting and recorded a mother load views. On the 18th, attended the BOS Transportation Committee meeting. On the 19th to 22nd, I attended CSAC conference, as was mentioned several times. 23rd, I went to the Rimfire dinner. 25th, Central Sierra Child Support JPA meeting. And on the 2nd, yesterday, we had our Biological Resources Ad Hoc Committee. I talked about that a little bit when I was addressing some of Mr. Hanvelt's concerns regarding vegetation management and open space. We are focused on that, and also invasive species. We've actually spent a lot of time on that. We're getting through a lot of material. We've gone through all of the policies, basically rewrote everything, and implementation programs are almost done now, and we'll be moving on to some other educational programs that are part of that in a little bit, and eventually getting to some issues to do with thresholds of significance and oak woodland type issues, that kind of stuff. So we continue to progress. That is my report. Oh, I also met with Larry Cope, got an update on economic development activities in Tuolumne County and projects that are kind of moving along.
Thank you. Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, there's only one item I'm going to report on, just in off the presses. Governor Brown appeals denial of presidential major disaster declaration for the Rim Fire. And just scanning it, he said that there is confirmation between State OES and FEMA Region 9 with the level of eligible cost at $54 million for the state. That just exceeds the $51 million threshold. Now, there'll be other considerations, but this is a good thing. So the request, the appeal has been submitted as of today.
We did the right thing by extending the item.
I'm sure that was a tipping point.
It was. It was. He clearly got the message. We expected more out of him. Okay, thank you. Ms. Jamar.
November 18th through the 22nd, I also attended the CSAC and also the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association annual meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. County Council.
Well, I wanted to report that Carlin's ethics training, we had 45 people in attendance. It was very well received. Although Supervisor Hanvelt, you were not present at that.
I'm working on cloning. Is that ethical?
Maybe. She also, in the last few weeks, worked on a lot of work on closing the Kennedy Meadows, which I think you're aware of. All of the attorneys have worked a great deal over the last couple of weeks on juvenile court trials. There's been at least 6. Chris worked on the ATCA personnel policy and governance documents. He filed an excess proceeds action. And I was at the CalPELRA, which is a labor and employment conference, a couple weeks ago. And Carlin and I also attended a sheriff's forum in Oakland on the 15th.
Thank you. I guess I'm last. On Tuesday, the 12th, in between the board meeting sessions, we had a jail team meeting to prepare for an AB 900 meeting in Sacramento 2 days later. On the 13th, I attended the Central Sierra Economic Development District meeting in local offices. That morning, just before noon, with Ms. Dribdahl, I signed the papers to transfer Kennedy Meadows to the county, which was a real privilege, I might add, and I understand that's recorded now. So yeah, that's really good news. I attended the TCTA and TCTC meetings on behalf of Supervisor Gray, who got lost someplace, I don't know where. That's what you did, didn't you? And the next day I went to Sacramento with the jail team, and we did go to the BSCC meeting, and that was very educational, I might add. That evening I was the guest speaker at the TC Fax meeting. The following day I went to Sacramento to a meeting sponsored by RCRC and CSAC on groundwater with the State Commission. I met with Gary Severson, who today we met. Pam Baltimore took his place just before he left. He's liaison, public affairs, stakeholders person prior to Miss Baltimore. And then on Sunday, I met with Richard Stem. He's the man who put together the plan that they're trying to implement. And let's see, on Monday, I attended the morning functions that Tracy put together on EOC assessment, rimfire after action review. I had to leave early and met with Steve Brink because I went to a meeting with Robert Bonney and the Undersecretary of Agriculture discussing rimfire, and Randy Moore was there and a whole host of other people. Then we had the special Board of Supervisors meeting, and then I went to CSAC for the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday that week. Yeah, it's already been adequately covered. On Saturday, I went to the rimfire dinner, which Supervisor Rutherford talked about. I think that was a really positive experience, and I have to share with you a comment that came out of Congressman McClintock's office. His representative was there, and he says, "Wow, you can really be proud of your county. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here." It was quite an experience for him. So many people turned out. So many people were so generous to try and help that recovery for the ranchers that were hurt so bad. That was really, really good. Sat in on a water phone call with Supervisor Rutherford. Went to Central Sierra Child Support Services. That was also on Monday. Met with Larry Cope on economic issues just for Thanksgiving. I took Thanksgiving off. And on Saturday evening, I met with Bill Chiat, the dean of the CSAC Institute for Excellence. And yesterday, I briefly attended the GAC, and I met the new man yesterday who took Richard Stem's place, Rob Griffith, and hopefully we'll get him here to meet everybody, too. End of report. If there are no more further reports, we will declare it 2 o'clock in Tuolumne County. And we'll ask you to read our 2 o'clock appointment.
This is the 2014 County of Tuolumne 5-Year Plan Workshop.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in January of this year, your board adopted the 2013 County of Tuolumne 5-Year Plan that outlines all the major programs and projects the county would be emphasizing over the next 5-year period. A copy of that already adopted plan was included in your packet just for reference. And the primary reason is to put the whole document in there for those that may not have seen it or just hadn't seen it in a while. There's a substantial narrative in here that also goes along with each of the programs or major projects that are in the matrix that kind of summarizes the 5-year plan. So that was more for your ease of reference. Originally, we had talked about, and we're actually attempting to schedule a retreat where we could, do a workshop in a retreat setting to discuss this and other items. But with the rimfire, fall conferences, and the holidays upon us, this was the next best thing, was just have a workshop starting this afternoon. The idea was to go ahead and just walk through the matrix of the last year's 5-year plan. And in doing that, it's what's included, which is attachment B, in your packet. That's the working draft I would suggest that we work from. And walking through there's an opportunity for you to ask questions of the departments on what's in here currently. If you have ideas of things you'd like to see modified, see things added, deleted, whatever, you have your staff available to answer questions. But the thought would be literally just walk through your 5-year program using that working draft matrix and just have a dialogue where you can inject things that you'd like to see added, modified, deleted, whatever. And then I could take that direction and come back at the next meeting with something that potentially could be in suitable form for your adoption. And one of the reasons, if that's just too quick and then the board wants more time, we can do that. If there's any sense of urgency at all, it's that we take the first year of your 5-year plan and that becomes the basis of your annual goals, which traditionally the board would be adopting at one of those first two meetings in January. So again, the pace of this is really up to the board, but today is really meant to be a dialogue where we can just walk through the 5-year plan and see what the desires of the board are. One thing I'll mention about this, for those that haven't worked with us very much, it's one thing to, add something to the program that's provided. The other is where should that be reflected in the 5 years that are expressed here, because you can't do everything, and that's one of the things you have to have dialogue with your department heads.
Can't do everything?
Can't do everything, at least not all at once. We've tried that. It doesn't work. But that's a way to express the relative priority, or just, being practical. There's some things that are important, maybe not as important as a new item, but they're in process and you'd like to see them completed. That's where you could say, well, let's add it to the plan, but maybe put it in year 2 or 3 or whatever, or put something in year 1, but make a decision that's more important than something else already in the plan, and let's delay activity on something that's already there. So that's your opportunity to not only add or modify or delete, but also to express priority on when the projects would be, or programs would be worked on. So that's kind of the general lay of this thing. Again, what I would encourage that we do is look at the very back of the packet. You have the working draft of the matrix, and we could, again, just walk through this and have a dialogue with department heads and yourselves, and give us an idea of where you'd like us to go in each of those different areas. So, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay, then we could start off on the very first page of your 5-year program plan in the area of health.
Okay, you're on page 1 then.
This is in the very
Or
back of the
matrix.
packet.
Okay,
Attachment B.
got it. Let's do it.
And and what you can see is if that's okay, then just to show what I've done here, there's actually 6 years. I've just shaded the year 2013 because that will go away, because this is a rolling 5-year plan. And what I've attempted to do is, in areas that I had some knowledge of, if something needed more time or needed to be modified, I put in additions in bold and italics. And if there's something I knew that needed to be stricken or changed, then I would use a strike through. And again, it's only a starting point. There's only 2 items that I actually added to this, and we'll talk about as we come to them. One was Kennedy Meadows, because that has happened, and it's going to be a significant something. And of course, the other, which is huge, is the rim fire, which you said earlier is going to take a lot of time. So anyway, so 13, I just wanted to show you so you can kind of see what's going to drop off, and then you kind of incorporate that in. I've also added the year 2018, which would be your new 5th year of the plan. But again, this is just a starting point for discussion, and anyway, I could just start walking us through if you like.
Just start walking.
Okay, well, under the category of health.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Something that hasn't really been incorporated into these plans in the past and our goals is specific district goals. I know I have specific district goals, and I know we communicate from time to time and you try to get a feel for what we have going, and there's certain infrastructure projects or I have Tuolumne revitalization efforts is really one of the big things I'm thinking of, but there are other things also up in like the 108 corridor, tourist things like that. I don't know if it would be appropriate to have like a district-specific section for goals, or if we would just have those be laced into this plan, or how. It doesn't really fit the criteria because it's more of department-oriented versus district-oriented. How would you recommend?
Well, it's really up to the board how you want to do it. I think it could get really gangly if we had individual district goals in here, but we could try it that way, or look at something in addition to. I'll give an example. Again, this is only the 3rd year. This is our 3rd year we've done this. But I'll pick one that one could argue is in the district, but it really is of strategic countywide significance. I'll just pick on it because it's easy to illustrate the point. Under economic prosperity, item 4 is Railtown 1897.
So that's
the district, but it's of countywide significance. And I know the district supervisor is very engaged in that, but I know the board as a whole has also expressed interest in it. So there's an example, something may be in your district, but the rest of the board also sees a strategic purpose to having this plan.
I think that when we get to the point of having specific district projects and trying to implement them into a 5-year plan, we're going to get into pretty much of a detailed argument of whose project is more important, yours or mine.
District.
You know? So I think that what we need to do is as supervisor, make staff aware of what our concerns are and bring them to the board collectively and let us all agree upon them. And, we've had some minor discussions, I think, about those, because what happens in one district, as Craig used the rail town as an example, could be very beneficial. I'm looking at one of them on the list here, the Jamestown Fire house improvement. Definitely would be one that would benefit, in my opinion, all the districts. Yet I would have to support Mr. Rotifer, or Supervisor Rotifer there, to get it done. But selfishly, it would really help the south side to have that fire district in there. So I think, as a group, we should be able to sort through those things, as long as we're all aware of what's important to each individual district.
Sure.
Well, maybe I can inject one other thing, just this good discussion, why do we have it structured the way we do and so forth. And then ultimately it requires the buy-in of the full board. But if you go to the preamble of the adopted document at the front, it's a third page in under attachment A. This is where, I'll just read this first part. A key building block of the Tuolumne County 5-year plan is the Tuolumne County mission statement, which reads as follows. We commit to providing exceptional public services that protect health and safety of our citizens, promote stewardship of our natural and cultural resources, enhance the rural quality of life, and stimulate economic prosperity for our community. And so the categories are extracted from the mission statement, and so those are the categories that you see in the matrix. So what we're trying to do is put feet to our mission statement, and that's how we tried to make this as purposeful and mission-driven as we could. So it does kind of relate to departments, but it's really more, the origination of it is the mission statement. Would you like me to continue, or?
Please.
Okay. So, and I don't know how much you want to discuss here. Again, it's the first time we've done it this way, and that's fine. But again, in the healthcare reform and integration, we have the sub-goals A through P, and you want to go ahead and, well, Ann wants to go ahead and throw in. Well, let's go ahead and let Ann get up. And so the dialogue begins. You can sit there, be more comfortable. Well, I'll just comment so the board knows that that's coming down, and inviting the department heads as well. Not only have board input, but I asked all the department heads come prepared with their ideas of things that could be added, deleted, modified. So this would be Ann's contribution to that.
I'm sorry. Yes. What kind of time do we expect to deal with this today?
I was thinking probably a good couple hours as a workshop.
Okay. I just know that in the past, we dealt with this as a retreat, and I just feel like, in some ways, doing this at 2 o'clock after a meeting that we've been doing all day, I'm feeling a little shortchanged. I feel like, I know we've been struggling with the rim fire and all those things, but I just can't help feel that kind of it's not necessarily the appropriate time to deal with this deep of a strategic plan. I don't know if anybody else feels that way or if I can just suck it up, but.
But I think we have to figure out what we're going to do on the first year and get that defined to move forward. Now, the third, fourth, and fifth year are something that, we can maybe spend more time doing, but we have to.
I agree.
We have to do
Agree.
at least 1 year of this plan in order to establish the goals for next year.
Well, and I think we need to focus on the first year, but I also don't think that the first year makes much sense unless it's in the context of the full 5-year plan either.
Well, let's get started.
Okay. I'll try to be very, very brief, but what I just passed out was, and this is, again, subject to your approval. Anything you want to get rid of, I'm open to. In fact, that would really be nice. Since we had 16 items on the previous 5-year plan, I'm recommending that we delete 5 of them, and I think you can see the strike-throughs, and primarily because those items have been completed. So there's no point in carrying that into 2014. And you will see on the handout I just gave you, that was the Medi-Cal managed care transition, the SRMC community health needs assessment, the healthy families transition, C4 call center, and DSS staffing changes, because this will now just be incorporated into the way we do business. One thing I'm proposing, though, is to keep the rest of the items there, only because, number one, we're going to be in a position of being mandated to do most of them in 2014. For those that were not completed in 2013, we will be completing them in 2014. And the last 3 items in yellow around the HSA funding and service leveraging, the integration of behavioral health services with primary care, and the community health implementation, these are things I think as a department head we can never lose sight of. One of the advantages of having an integrated agency is there are more opportunities to leverage services and funding. And as an example, we have our KDA, where we're working with foster children between behavioral health and child welfare and using funding sources from DSS and behavioral health. We are mandated to provide behavioral health services in the primary care setting. So we will continue to work with our local primary care providers to ensure that those who do not meet criteria to become behavioral health patients are still able to receive the proper behavioral health services from their primary care physician. And then the community health implementation plan, if you notice on where it said SRMC community needs assessment, this is simply a continuation. A group of people got together, identified what the state of health is in Tuolumne County, and the next job, and there always is a next job, is to now identify the gaps and look at how we would address those health gaps. And this is from 0 to 300, however long you live. The most important thing, though, as you're looking down this list on the Medi-Cal reimbursement, electronic health records, drug Medi-Cal certification, most of these things relate to quality measures of health care and also revenue receipts. So for drug Medi-Cal, for example, we potentially would lose funding if we did not pursue certification of drug Medi-Cal. So this is something that takes a lot of time, but we expect that it would be implemented in 2014. In fact, one of the interesting things as we looked through our 5-year plan, and I apologize, 2018 is not on there. I used the incorrect draft. You can see that most of the items really are focused on 2014 calendar year. We have less into the future because the state and federal governments love to give us more things to do. So I know we'll have new things to add next fiscal year. And it will be ongoing. So in some ways, often what they want us to do, it dictates what we have to do.
So let me get this right. Job security is pretty good in your department?
I think so. As long as there's a federal and state government, it is. And certainly people in need. One thing I would point out bring to the board's attention is G, the fiscal impacts of the CMSP caseload transition to Medi-Cal. The only reason I have here that we want to implement and monitor this has to do, and I will bring this item before you, so I don't want to spend a lot of time today, around
when people are moved to Medi-Cal from the County Medical Services Program or Path to Health, I think in my presentation, I let you know we would probably we're hoping only 50 people left who would not be covered. But one of the things that we don't know is, since enrollment for the new health plans, ends March 31st, and for those who would not otherwise be eligible to Medi-Cal, we just don't know how many people will be left who will need medical care and may not enroll during the proper period. So it's still up in the air about what impact that will have with the county. So this is really a critical area I'm looking at is G, to see when we transfer people January 1st and we try to get the rest of them on, how many people after March 31st are not covered health-wise, because that's a population we would need to be concerned about. Right now, there's sufficient money, we believe, in the residual CMSP pot to cover these people, but if that number is high, my concern would be that at some point we'd have to come back and they would say to the counties, we need more money from you. It's not an issue this year, but depending on how many people are left there, it could become an issue. So that's huge.
Some people will choose to be left.
And you may be correct.
Well, I know it's the case because I know people who've already told me they're not going to do it.
Correct. We will do our best to get them signed up. Again, many of these things, when I talk about eligibility worker job classifications, really that's going to be up to, currently we're a merit systems county, that's going to be up to whether Merit Systems, who is contracts with the California Department of Social Services, actually decides to look at this classification, but it needs to be on our radar, because if they reclassify eligibility workers based on their new job duties to have to help people sign up for health plans, then that could be a financial impact. Certainly it's already a job duty impact, but we would need to look at the financial. The integration, the only reason I have C4 federal data, the enhancement of the SAW system on there is technology continues to roll. It is critical to how we serve people. It can impact our IT department. It typically does, so it's not just an HSA issue. And we are mandated to comply with enhancements to our statewide automated welfare system changes. This isn't something where I could say, well, Tuolumne County, we just don't feel like doing these changes. We're mandated because we're part of a consortium. So unless we left the consortium, which would be very problematic, we are going to be on the hook to make sure those enhancements occur.
Is there a way that we can highlight what's a mandate within this strategic plan, just so we know?
Yeah, we could try to find a way to do
Put a
that.
star or something.
Okay.
Seems like a lot of the materials. Yeah, I know we have to do it, but
For example, outside of this, the lamp under the AB 885.
yeah,
It's not an option, we have to do it.
it's how we do it.
That's how we do it, exactly.
Yeah, but just so we know, there's
Okay.
a certain requirement of this.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to do that. Are there any specific questions? I know this is a lot of material, and it's very technical and very specific, but there may be other things. I feel like we've been living and breathing healthcare reform. We do so many other things in human services, but we're just trying to stay ahead of the game as best we can to make sure people receive services, and we stay within our fiscal limitations so that we are not seeking money from the general fund. And that's really my goal as a department head, is to balance the service delivery needs versus the fiscal revenue, the financial revenue that we have, and that's always what we're doing. And of course, by having technology, this improves our ability to provide service to our clients.
Question. This morning we talked about a little bit about IT, and then we've pushed it to this afternoon. And I don't see this technology going away, especially in healthcare. Do you have any idea, a cost that we'll be looking at in order to keep up with the technology? Is it more people, or different programs we have to purchase, or all
Well,
that?
what we do is we do contract. For example, in behavioral health, we have the Anasazi system. We contract with Kingsview, and it's based on the number of licenses, and we know exactly how much that goes up each year, so we budget for that. We don't see all of a sudden a huge increase in cost. For the C4 system in Department of Social Services, our county share of that cost is fairly low, and we're given really good foreknowledge of what those costs will be, so those can be budgeted. With public health, they typically work with some sort of off-the-shelf software for electronic health records, and we've been managing budget-wise to handle all of this. My bigger concern is more on the IT side, that should IT personnel be required, then I just wanted the board to be aware of if we have technological needs, and I'm not an IT expert, I will be looking for IT support. But right now, the good news is we do have someone who works with HSA almost exclusively to help us with our IT needs.
Okay, thank you.
I may be skipping ahead, but I don't know when you'll get down to this, but I did want to mention the only thing I added on the project list on the last page, and if I'm out of sequence, then I'm happy to come back up to the, to the podium. But I did want to mention that we are looking at the need for a child welfare services visitation center with the hope that some behavioral health services would be co-located. As the board is aware, we have between 80 and 100 children in foster care at any given time, and we are mandated by the court to provide visitation services between parents and children. And many of them are several days a week. We only have one visitation room, 2 small ones, located within our child welfare office. And it's almost a 3-ring circus at times, especially after school when a lot of the visits take place. So we're looking to really have a separate area, a separate building, and that could be either on the TGMF campus, leased building. I would certainly work with the CAO's office on that, to have an area where the focus could really be on the families, and we could have some of the services there, the parenting education, the behavioral health staff, people there who could really work with them in a less crowded environment. I think it could be very advantageous to outcomes for children hopefully not remaining in foster care as long, and parents learning proper parenting techniques and receiving the services there on site. So that's the only thing I'd like to bring to the board's attention, and I'm certainly willing to provide any information you would need, but I'd love to explore that idea within, of course, our budgetary constraints.
I like it when you bring money.
I would be totally in favor of it. I would look at hopefully being able to use that hospital campus for something someday.
Yeah,
Possible.
me too. But, any comments? Just one. Back to my comment in your response, when I said there are going to be a lot of people, because I know people aren't going to sign up. And I think you said you were going to make every effort to sign up as many as you could.
Right.
But what do you do when people don't want to sign up? I mean, the cost for some of these people exceeds their ability to pay. And, I mean, I know in cases where they are basically electing to pay the penalty because they can't afford it. It's perhaps a rhetorical question, but I think there's a significant segment of the population. It's not zero. It's a non-zero number, and I'm concerned about those people. And our system is taking away choice. That's a real problem for me. I don't have an answer, but it's a real problem. You're going to deal with that.
I will do my best.
I know you will. I have great confidence.
I will. And certainly what we're really focusing on are the medically indigent, because under the Welfare and Institutions Code 17,000, that really is our responsibility, is for those
medically indigent. What does that mean?
Those people who are indigent, who have no other means of support, who require medical care, that becomes a county issue, which is why we have County Medical Services Program and Path to Health. This is the group while I'm concerned about everyone's health, as the director, but this is a group that ultimately we have to really be monitoring to say, where are people falling through the cracks that then could become a county responsibility when they have, need for health care. We talked about the jail medical, and you can see that in here. The good news is for those who would be Medi-Cal eligible, if they're outside the jail for longer than a 23-hour period, they could wind up actually potentially having their stay covered by Medi-Cal. We do not have that now, so that's a huge, gap that was missing. But really, it's the indigent people who require health care. And honestly, I don't have that number at this point because we'll have to wait and see January 1st, really March 31st. I will know better about what kinds of numbers we're looking at.
I think there's another category that's going to become medically uncovered and therefore victims of the system.
Well, and that's something I'm monitoring carefully, as is every other, county health and human services director.
That's the population I'm most concerned about because I don't think there's any, at least in their minds, any viable answer for them.
Right, and we are working closely with Sonora Regional Medical Center. We do meet with them on a regular basis to ensure that we're collaborating and working together to cover this population as best we can. That's really an important feature, so I've appreciated working with them.
Okay, any more comments?
Just one.
Okay.
With regards to the visitation center, I just would like to say that I support that. I see you have plan and implement in 14 and 15. Being on the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee, it's a topic that comes up and the need for that. And so I think as a board, I would certainly be prepared to support that effort. I think that the need is, it's going to elevate, the need is elevated there.
And of course, I would love if we could implement in 2014.
Well,
but I
budget.
can't be greedy.
Yes, you can. We need to be aggressive in how we go after whatever our issues are and solving the problems. Thank you.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair, on this one. This is one where there's a million things that Ann and her staff are doing, and again, and true of all the departments, this is just some of the highest profile things that the board has expressed the greatest interest in. They can have a huge impact on our community. Just reemphasizing, you're looking at just a fraction of what goes on in county government, and that's also for the benefit of the public. But something like this whole health reform and the Affordable Care Act, huge, issue. And even though it is a mandated kind of thing, we want to monitor to make sure that we're doing this correctly and working with our community partners and that kind of a thing. Ann had mentioned, meeting with Sonora Regional. We've now institutionalized, I believe it's a quarterly meeting with, Jeff over at Sonora Regional and some of his key staff, Ann and I, just to keep that contact. And there's a whole other level of contact that goes on, below that. Because it's just very important. It touches just about everybody in our community one way or the other. So just a comment, because it also illustrates what's on the list, what's also not on the list.
Another question. Are we seeing people, and it's ACA again, but are we seeing people being providers? Because I'm hearing these stories of providers opting out of the system. Are we seeing that locally?
I'm probably not the correct person to talk to about that, because really it'd be preferable if someone from Sonora Regional could speak to that, or even Dr. Stolt. But we have some physicians who have left their practice, but I don't know if one can say it's absolutely related to the ACA. There could be other things with reimbursement. We've talked about the fact that Medicare reimbursement has dropped for some providers. Medi-Cal reimbursement has dropped. Some people are just tired of the paperwork. I think that you get to that point where there's just a lot of paperwork whenever you're dealing with insurance. There's a lot of micromanagement also of what kinds of procedures are being done, that sort of thing, with physicians. So I don't know if I would feel comfortable saying it's absolutely related to ACA.
Well,
But-
there's a
but, you know,
national
I think for some,
news
for
thing
some
about
that could be the case. You
major
know.
hospitals opting out because the reimbursement's so poor, there's no point in playing in the game. So Loma Linda in Southern California has opted out, I'm told, and other big-name.
One of the difficulties with hospitals, though, is with the law that says they must see people in the emergency room, they must, you know, they have to see anyone who walks in. I think what's important is providers are always looking for a way to manage people's chronic health conditions before they ever have to step into the emergency room. So we have an advantage having some of our rural health clinics and our Indian health clinics that do get a higher reimbursement, and the hope is that we're working with people more preventively so they actually don't have to go to the emergency room for care, because that's a poor place to receive care for, especially for chronic conditions. So that's a goal, that's something we're working with Sonora Regional on, is how do we really manage this population? And there are so many things I didn't add to this list because I didn't want people's heads to explode. But, you know, we will, this.
You're looking out for our health.
This idea of coordinated care is going to become a really hot topic item. It already has, where this is the bottom line: coordinate people's health care so they don't wind up in, you know, in the hospital or in the emergency room. And that's going to be, you know, a theme that you're going to see every time someone from health sits in front of you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the next item on the list was your AB 885 septic regulations. I talked about that under the third quarter report, and all I've done at this point is, in consultation with Ms. Shane, just move the development of the LAMP and the adoption a year out and implementation in the following year. That's our best guess, maybe optimistic, because it does require state action within that time frame. That's the best we think we know at this point. Ms. Shane's here if you want to discuss that any further.
Anybody got any questions? No, I think we understand.
Okay, and your solid waste plan, this is an interesting one, because originally this was put in to explore incineration, and that's where we started off, but there are new technologies and that are coming forward. So the thought here would be to go beyond incineration, just to explore disposal options. And then just to talk this one through a little bit, because I know it's going to come sooner than we think. I think is it 2022 when the franchise for the transfer station comes up, and that's a long ways from now. However, what we've been told is if you wanted to bring online a new incineration facility or some of these new technologies, it could take several years to license them and get the environmental clearance and all those kinds of things. So just to talk about this one a little bit, is what you explore and discuss today turns into plan development tomorrow. And I could see potentially even up in that 17, 18 year where this board might be in a position where you're actually putting out an RFP for someone to take over that franchise in a different form, because you have a different disposal process coming online, but they'd need to know as far back as 17, 18 in order to get going through the permit process and environmental review process. So, you know, I could make a case here that you could even put another year of plan development and perhaps even an RFP in that final year. I'm just trying to give you an idea of this is coming sooner than you think, especially if you really want to bring on some of this new technology, so we're not just taking our stuff out and having it buried elsewhere.
Yep.
So,
It's really important.
okay. So having said that, again, I didn't touch this one other than to change from explore to explore disposal options. We could add another plan development year and then put RFP. I mean, it's getting out there, but it's a 5-year plan.
I would be fine with it, too.
I agree.
We're going to adjust it every year when we look at it, but at some point, we're going to have to deal with it.
Okay, I'm looking at Bev. She's nodding knowingly.
It
She
may be,
loves it.
it may be fuzzy out there, but if it's not out there, it'll be
You don't
fuzzy
plan to
later.
retire before
Yeah.
then, do you? That's a definite.
Well, this stuff does go through my mind because I know it's always those difficult, you just went through these franchise agreements and so forth, and I know it's frustrating, the board's hands are tied, but that day of doing something different, perhaps with someone else, is coming probably sooner than one might think. So that's the benefit of a document like this. Okay, and that would conclude in the area of health. Certainly, again, it's just a fraction of the things we're doing, but these are some of the at least talking with the prior board, these are the things that were most strategic, that they were most interested in. Is there anything else the board in this category would like to have considered or discuss with Ann or other staff? Okay.
Let's keep going.
Okay, going on into public safety, this is just, the first item is just the public safety realignment. That's the AB 109. I just mentioned this was one of the interesting discussions at the CSAC conference with the CAOs. That group has been tasked with coming up with the allocation of the dollars being made available for AB 109, and there was a really good collaborative conversation. And what most of the CAOs would like to see done is actually provide a period of stability of funding, you know, akin what we have today while some data is collected, because we're not knowing really, we're not measuring the same things. So it's hard to judge, you know, what people are doing right, what they're doing wrong. And everyone was of general consensus that we need to get a base set of data, track it, and then build a future allocation, an ongoing allocation formula, you know, in those outer years. The other part of that discussion had to do with the need. We've been talking about our jail, and we have day reporting centers. There's a capital component, and a lot of the counties were recognizing they don't have the money to do the capital things they need to do, like our jail, and the lack of program space and those kinds of things. And that gets on to pursuing funding through the state, you know, for that. So what I guess I'm describing to you is we could break this down into both the ongoing, funding of ongoing operational cost and capital, and then build in something that reflects the discussions that we were just having with the CAOs, if that sounds, you know, right. Again, we're not.
We have better information.
Right, because this will come up. I know at CSAC it comes up in my, you know, the world I go through. It certainly, you know, affects all those law and justice partners. But at this point too, they're kind of subject to the availability of the funding from the state, and then the formulas that allocate that funding. So if the board's okay with that, then we'll break that into two sub-goals, one dealing with the ongoing operational aspects, and then the other being the capital, you know, type things. Okay, under your fire first responder system. Okay, go ahead.
Can I hang on one?
Sure.
Since we're kind of on law enforcement, I'd like to propose adding something, and I don't have the right word, and I do not mean to scare anybody, but in my old business, we call it a threat analysis, but I think we ought to, I know the sheriff does it, but I think the board needs to understand what's out there. I know there's a growing drug threat out there in terms of illegal cultivation and things like that. But I think we need to have an ongoing assessment of what's happening in our county. Some of that will be implications with AB 109, but some of it may just be, like I said, illegal cultivation of drugs and maybe gang activity, incursion, or I don't know what all is happening out there. I sure would like to know a little bit more about it. And just a warm, fuzzy feeling that we know what's happening.
Okay. So working with our law and justice partners to
exactly
try and come up with that threat analysis, what's out there.
Sure.
Work that through your public protection committee.
Yeah.
Emerging issues.
Emerging issues, there we go.
Emerging issues.
Yeah, I like that much better.
Okay. Very good. Okay, in the fire and first responder area, I'm looking at Roy. Are you prepared to talk about this? You want me to? Okay, because I'll weigh in and he can correct me. Because I had lunch with our unit chief, Josh White, the other day talking about these. Here's my understanding, and again, I can be corrected, is under the updating of the CAL FIRE dispatch system, that and the next one, the auto aid agreements were the two top priorities that came out of the joint meetings of the different fire districts in the county. We had a policy group that came together with representatives from each of those districts with administrative staff. and those were the priorities. They began working on that in the dispatch center, area. However, it was Josh's predecessor, Brian, last name?
Brian Kirk.
Kurt, how soon we forget. And it lost a little steam when he left and so forth. So that's still very much in process. We were hoping to have that done, this year, but talking with Josh, that's probably more of a next year item now. You want to?
Yeah, just those two kind of go hand in hand. What we show up there as B, update the auto aid, really needs to be A. Those need to be flopped. There needs to be an agreement, and then the response plans that we're working on with the CAD system are they're kind of they're intertwined there. So the response plans or the CAD system now is to a point where we can start running some mock incidents with the districts to see if the responses of the fire equipment is appropriate for the emergency they're responding to. So we're in the process of setting up what we call a training database, and I would assume here in the next month or so that we will be going through those exercises. We'll invite members of those districts along with County Fire and along with CAL FIRE, and we'll run those exercises and see how effective that system is. As far as the auto aid agreement, we met on November 7th. We have a basic template done for the auto aid agreement. It has been sent to Sacramento for its approval, and then once it comes back, it'll come in front of the board for final approval, but that process is still going.
Yeah. Well, and the idea is take that template to all the fire districts.
Correct.
So we're just one fire department.
Craig, I keep looking at this thing. One of the things that bothered me, and it hit me when we just got talking about emergency or emerging issues with public safety realignment. It seems to me that we, in every category, including health, if Ms. Conley's still here, hiding back there, I think we ought to have a constant look at either emerging issues. In the case of fire, I'll call it risk assessment. I mean, rim fire, I think that was beyond anybody's, perhaps not beyond the imagination, but certainly well beyond the expectation of what could happen. I mean, nobody expected 402 square miles of fire in that thing to do what it did. But realistically, we ought to have a risk assessment, and I think having risk assessments, maybe we can focus our energies in the right areas. And while it isn't all within our purview, we can put the pressures and our energies to get some of the things corrected. And I'm concerned about that. Either emerging issues or risk assessment in almost every category. And Supervisor Rhodes wants to add something.
Yeah, I would kind of like to piggyback on that, because one of the things that came to me in the immediate aftermath of the rim fire is that we, with respect to fire in particular, we're not always the masters of our own destiny. But I think we can learn from some of the things, some of the successes that we had in rim fire, particularly in the South County and some of the fire safe projects that we were able to get implemented. And I kind of think of the fire safety pre-fire kind of in two sections. One is the land that we don't control, and we need to exercise as much influence as we can to get the right actions done in the land that we don't control. That's pretty much federal lands. But I think there's some things that we can do in our own backyard that can kind of build a fence, if you will, a fire fence around the lands that we don't control. So if we're not totally successful. I think they call those breaks, fire breaks. Yes, they do, but I didn't want to use that word because it gets some people all riled up when you start talking about fire breaks and there's no fire. But vegetation control, strategic vegetation control, so that if the worst thing happens in the lands that we don't control, we can absolutely minimize the effects. So I'm really interested in putting something in here that talks to fire-safe measures, and I don't know if that's the right word or the right term, but I'm really interested in having a pretty serious effort in that regard, and look for as much grant funding as we can get our little grubby little mitts on, and let's do what we can to keep our communities safe.
Yeah, we have two really active fire safe councils in this county with SWIFT and the Highway 108 Corridor Fire Safe Council. Tremendous work has been done in the Columbia area, a lot of work in the South County area, and yeah, anything we can do to support those two groups would be advantageous for everybody.
Well, one of the things that comes to immediate mind, Roy, is I've had conversations with several of your folks and that have been involved in some of that, particularly over in the Columbia area because I live there. But a lot of times they get pushback or resistance from property owners that just, they don't want to be part of that. Well, I think we can help encourage them to do the right thing for the community on their property. So ways that we can interact with that, I think would be important to open up that dialogue.
Okay.
And so along with that, education's going to be a piece, but there's a funding piece of it too that I think this board can help, or the county can help with. Some of those dollars that go to the fire safe councils is the legislative, are those dollars about to wrap up within a couple of years?
Yeah, some of those funds have already dried up. Prop 40 is one of the biggest ones, and the funds for that piece of legislation are all but gone. But there are others available. I don't have a list of those today, but there are some other avenues that we can.
And I think a lot of them are, and again, there's an opportunity with the rimfire, and so it would become part of our legislative platform. It might already be there, but specifically looking at getting dollars allocated from state and federal government to help with, keeping the fire safe councils in business.
And I do want to emphasize, since Supervisor Hanvelt used the word fire break, we're not necessarily talking about fire breaks. There's a lot of very eco-friendly ways to make corridors or areas where if a raging fire gets in there, the fire gets knocked down to the ground and it doesn't come out the other side quite as readily. It gives the fire suppression folks a little bit better environment to stop the fire. So we're not talking about denuding the earth here, but we are talking about doing what's smart to keep our communities safe.
Well, maybe just make it clear that we want to support our fire safe councils as much as possible in trying to obtain funds for the things that they need to do would be.
Yeah, that's
Something that we
absolutely
could
essential.
do.
We have to do those things.
Okay, so a couple big takeaways here is under each of these categories, risk assessment, emergency issue, that's a project unto itself. So some of that we could probably act on, some of those spit out at the other end, and we could take some immediate action in some cases. Some of that will inform next year's, plan.
Sure.
Just also point something out. This is one of the struggles when we first started putting this together. I mean, this is totally fine what we're talking, but one of the struggles is you have both the public safety fire aspects, but then also if you look down at natural resources, there's also fire and tree things. So it's not a perfect place even where you put it. The point is more let's just get it in the plan and work on it. Yeah, just a little comment. One thing on also where this is going. On the fire and first responder process, we had Roy's hit on a couple of these two issues, and that's exactly the blending of these things is part of what Josh and I were talking about. It'd almost be nice because they are separate processes to a point, but then they absolutely come together, and then you do the testing and all that kind of thing that he spoke of. The other things that the other major one that was an issue for everybody, and all the districts have been working on it, is revitalizing the volunteer system. And then the other was the insurance improvement strategic, plan. That whole issue, it's a growing issue. It's been an issue. It's only getting more so. Those were the top priority things. And the way this thing was structured is once we, part of what we were trying to do is build trust in one another, that we can work together on these common goals, and then come back together in a multi-agency planning meeting, much like we did a couple years back. And then we would say, okay, what's the next group of things that we as a fire first responder system can do together? Because there was a lot of things that we said we could do together and better as a system, but people wanted to build something into the trust bank, and then what's next? So there's even a lot more that's kind of built behind that, but we wanted to build trust and then get together with those agencies and then talk about what do we do together as a system. Just so some of the philosophy behind this, that's all I'm trying to get out. And Roy's dying to say something.
No.
No, okay.
No, it's, again, I just want to remind the board that in October, talking about the revitalization of the volunteer firefighter program, the board authorized us to apply for that, another FEMA grant in an effort to try to bolster those ranks. It takes an awful lot of time and a lot of dedication for the general public to volunteer that time. It can be a time robber. It's taking away from the family. So anything we can do to help offset a cost or offset something is nothing more than a benefit to us. So.
Okay. Hey, and I don't know, did you want to take on the insurance strategic plan?
I just want to say on the Sacramento staff is working real closely with the insurance commissioner. This problem is not unique to Tuolumne County. A lot of folks are feeling the same effects that our citizens are feeling here, and so Sacramento staff is working really closely with the insurance commissioner, taking those complaints to heart. And the message we need to just convey to the folks is keep, and this sounds weird, but keep those complaints coming and make sure that they're contacting the insurance commissioner and the insurance commission office to keep the pressure on.
And one thing on that, actually I'd encourage the board that we put a second year of that plan and implement, because this is a multi-layered beast.
Yep.
There's some things that are done at the insurance commissioner type level, the fire marshal level. There's some things it's an ISO, which is only one of the ways that insurance rates get set or even made available, but not everybody follows ISO. One of the things Josh and I were talking about, and even with Roy, these guys are savvy, they know what's going on. We've shared the plans that we had done, but it's like we have a whole new generation of fire chiefs, and to some degree the boards, and there's some re-education that needs to occur. We've got one of the big learnings that came out of that, the whole discussion about insurances was a meeting with some of the local brokers. And they have some of the best intel available because they're the ones that are the first line, along with our fire departments that engage directly with insurance companies, but the brokers are obviously engaged as well. And they have some things that, there's certainly some common policy things at a state and national level, but there's some things that are more Tuolumne County specific, and to some degree it's even insurance company specific. So this is a gangly thing that's going to at least take a couple years of real concentrated, focus. And I think it's great, what CAL FIRE's doing. That's great. But I do see, members of the board, getting involved in some of those discussions up in Sacramento, perhaps even visiting out to talk to some folks with ISO, because they've set some pretty high standards that are almost impossible to meet, like what the four. Caltrans even went from the standard of 4 folks on an engine to 3 for funding, but ISO is still saying 4.
Yeah, that's an NFPA standard that ISO recognizes as 4-person engine companies. That's correct.
But even CAL FIRE can't afford that standard, so not many districts can, and that's an ISO standard. So someone's got to speak logic into these folks. That's not only some local FaceTime, but that's where the state insurance commissioner would certainly have a greater impact, than just us locally. So anyway, I hope that's helpful. I'm trying to give some flavor
Yeah,
of what's
no,
behind all
it
this
is.
stuff. Is there anything else in that public safety area? Okay, great.
Okay, we're going to take about a 5 or 6 minute break and then come back to it.
Got it.
All right? Recess for the next 5 or 6 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're back. Reconvene. Turn it back to Mr. Pedro on
Category C.
item C, Natural and Cultural
And the
Resources.
first one up is your biological resource mitigation system, and Ms. Shane is just dying to engage you on that.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members
Please
of the
do
board.
not.
No, very short. I have two suggestions for you, either or. Once your board in July determined that you are not going to have the Biological Resource Conservation Handbook pursued and that you eventually want to repeal the Wildlife Handbook, this is no longer a mitigation program that we're working on. Well, the focus of the new committee is on updating or modifying the Biological Resources section of the general plan. So one thought is you just delete it from this section and put it under the general plan update under quality of life. Or if you want to keep this as a separate item, at least change the title so that it's just the biological resource section of the general plan.
I like the second.
Looks to me like, oh. You want
No,
quality
just
life?
to rename it.
I just rename it. I think biological resources, biological resources is important enough that we ought to at least have an item on it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And then we'll update.
And now you're leaving.
She's got plenty. But that, and as we go through these, we'll also be adding to or modifying the narratives that'll come with it, but the matrix gives us direction. On the Hetch Hetchy system upgrade, that's just an important upgrade happening within our community. Actually, one of the biggest concerns that we had there, just so you know what this was about, was also its impacts on the moccasin fish hatchery. I know Supervisor Gray has talked about that, but that's a huge impact on our overall economy if we don't find a solution to keep water in that hatchery while they do their upgrades and keep that hatchery active. But we are monitoring the entire project and along the way encouraging the folks at Hetchy to use local contractors as much as possible. And that's really the thrust of that item. So no other comments. Under water planning, boy, a lot of stuff here. The Delta, the IRWIM, well, just Delta plan, it's been participate and comment. And again, I definitely feel the pace is being picked up. That's not with any complaint, just an observation, and appropriately so. It's important, and that's just going to be an ongoing issue. There, the IRWIM, certainly the narrative would be changed because now your board is going into the mode of being part of the JPA and adopting the plan and being a full partner in that. So I think we would be changing the narrative. Did you want to say something, Daniel? That's true. It's to participate now. That'd be a good point. It's no longer comment. We're a participant.
One suggestion I might make, we can do it one of two ways. One way would be to list all the water plans that are out there that we're monitoring. Another would just be water planning as a single entity, and under that would be the Delta Plan, the State Water Plan, the State Water Action Plan. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff out there that we're kind of monitoring, and I don't know if it's useful at this level of discussion to break them out separately, or whether we just change the item that says Delta Plan to Water Planning
Engagement,
or whatever, yeah.
Whatever, that's totally fine. If the board's fine with that, then we'll list in the narrative the various types of plans that we're trying to engage in.
I generally agree, except that, for instance, I think we need to be engaged in all water plants and maybe just put it that way. But the secure water rights is a separate item, for instance.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just,
Oh, okay.
I was just addressing, since we have the Delta Plan on here, we ought to also have the State Water Plan, the State
Yes.
Water Action Plan, and all of those. But my point was rather than list each individual planning document that we're commenting on, reviewing, and all of that stuff, that we just have a single line item for monitoring and reviewing and inputting to water planning.
And boy, is that a place where you need emerging issues,
Mhm.
because they're emerging all the time,
Right.
right out of the blue,
Right.
so to speak.
Under the secure, let me just pause for a second, because I know that when this was done, we had not revived the water agency, we didn't have a policy advisory committee, we didn't have a work program. We've not, for example, in the planning area, put everything that's on the planning committees, I'm talking the county planning committee's work program, into this document. We've only put the things that are of the greatest importance to the board in this. So my mind's just drifting to the same thing. Now we have a water agency with a advisory council, and you have an extensive work program. So it may be just those things that are the most important on that work program that you'd want to monitor, here. I'm just offering that for thought, and Supervisor Roderfer probably knows that better than anyone.
Again, we can't do it all, obviously, but we can do as much as we can.
I think that, Daniel, if you take those 4 pillars that are in that briefing, so like here, we've got secure water rights. You could change that to secure water rights and access, diversification of water, increasing water storage, and I can't remember what the 4th pillar is right off, but just take those 4 out and make a line item for each one of them under here.
And we can develop it under the narrative, what's encompassed in those. That's good. Good.
You can probably delete the revive the county water agency because it's done.
It's been revived. We spoke to the Don Pedro FERC relicensing, and probably want to keep that as a separate, item, and that is important. That does not happen very often when you have opportunities like that. Under the healthy forest practices, again, I spoke to the MOA today, and I do hope to come back next quarter and have that at least going through the process for final approval.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a full year, and we've seen nothing out of the Forest Service. It's all us trying to push on the rope the wrong direction,
So,
uphill.
can I talk to that just a little bit? Because I think if we insert a line item that says Forest Land Management Plan, that's going to address an awful lot of this. It's my impression by reports from the Forest Service that the land management plan will be started on the Stanislaus National Forest in the year 2015. It's right now on the Sierra and the Sequoia.
In the Indian.
In the Inyo. And so I think it is really important. It's going to impact almost every line item under the Healthy Forest Plan work items here. How that forest land management plan plays out and what that revision looks like is going to be probably the single largest opportunity that we will have to influence management practices in a healthy forest. And so I think that as a separate line item, we need to be engaged in that actually next year on the Sierra and the Sequoia, because the general thinking is that what they come up with as a plan, although it will be litigated, will be the template moving forward. In fact, the Forest Service has admitted that will be their template moving forward. And so while everybody is burdened and has a huge workload, I think it's important that this county be involved in the process now. And to that end, I would also, I know budgets are tight, but I guess this is the place to suggest that having a biologist on staff that can help with, or an RFP, I'm not sure how that would exactly look, but I think it's increasingly important that we have access to a biologist to help us with comments. Poor Daniel, we're burdening him at I think an ungodly pace with all of the special species status and all of the responses, and having that expertise, I think, is just going to become increasingly important for the county. So,
Just-
two things.
Yeah, and just a comment on the, just for information, the forest land management plans, that is the one area that there's total agreement that coordination is absolutely appropriate.
That's right. That's why I jumped in and didn't mean to interrupt, but
Right.
that's exactly right. That is our opportunity.
So it's not in place of the MOA, and the MOA is not in place of coordination, but this is one area where even the Forest Service or General Counsel agreed, that coordination does apply specifically, and it's probably one of the most important document that the forest has. So I know the boards wonder when does coordination come into play. This is one area where there's absolute agreement that it should come into play. So that would be an addition to what's there. On the staffing, I hear that loud and clear. One thing, I'm just putting it out for the board. One of the things that we're talking about adding into our budget process, this year when we do the multi-year, projections, is I was going to do a baseline with just existing, staff, let you see what that looks like. And before we set forth how we're going to work on the next year's actual budget, that's where your board will be able to inject and say, we want as a priority these positions, be they contract or, county employee positions. That's where you should inject. And then that'll be a direction to staff to start building next year's budget with those kinds of strategic, additions to our staffing.
And so that's fine and that works, as long as there is a line item where we acknowledge that the forest land management plan should be a big part of this.
Yeah. Well, I can put in the narrative the need for expertise to assist with something like that.
Okay, do you want to add anything? Okay. Okay.
Okay, FERC, Healthy Forest. The board's been doing a lot of stuff in here on the timber harvest and fuel load, reductions. Of course, this was before RIM.
We haven't stopped.
Yeah. Well, exactly. It's still the same theme. The focus will be on other parts of the forest in the near term, and the same thing with the watersheds. The mitigation of air pollution control regulations, that was something that actually Supervisor Brennan had me add, and Vicki has been championing that. So she is here to speak to that.
Okay, on this I have a request from the board, and that is that the way it is stated here, the mitigation of air pollution control regulations is very, very broad. And I think that once we get out to 2018, a lot of us will be scratching our heads going, what the heck did we mean by that? So in order to be, I think, beneficial to not only myself as a department head, but as to the board and to the people that we serve, if we could be a little bit more specific, I would appreciate that. And I know that this started out with our various diesel regulations. The first one being the ag tractor, which we've been very successful in, that Tuolumne County is no longer going to be impacted by that rule. And we are currently, as you well know, working on our truck and bus regulation, which you all went ahead and signed that letter. That is proving to be very beneficial. ARB is coming back on some proposals so that to provide relief to small rural counties. So I would really like it to be a little bit more specific. If you have other areas than the diesel regulations, we could put them in here, but I don't think that this serves us well to be this broad.
Well, let me read what the narrative is today and see what we might could give me words and I'll know what to put in here. But what we added was advocate for the application of only fair and reasonable air pollution control rules and regulations on Tuolumne County, work towards obtaining full funding of state mandates imposed on the county. Examples were for testing and reporting and its businesses, the CARB diesel regulations, and incorporate these principles into the county's legislative platform. So is there something that you guys would like to add or take away from, or a theme to build on to change the narrative?
Whoever wants to say something.
Well, specifically, again, to get to some specificity for you, one of the things that I'm concerned about, it's funny how everything comes back to either fire or water right now in Tuolumne County. But one of the difficult things, it comes into play with the controlled burning and the fact that the best time to control burn is weather conditions that typically we can't control burn in because of the potential impacts to air quality. So I'd be looking for some effort to try and put some common sense to the air quality controls on controlled burning, because that's how we do a lot up here, a lot of our fuel reductions. And since we're importing most of our bad air anyway, I think there ought to be some way that we can mitigate that so that we can do a little bit better job of fuels control.
We, as the department head for air pollution control, we have been working with ARB and advocating for that. When it comes to air quality, as you know, that's just not a regional thing. And when it comes to burning, as we saw with the rim fire, we were impacting states so far away as Idaho. So it is a very, very fine line that I walk when I talk about burn management and control burns and things like that. The good thing about it is I've got partners such as the U.S. Forest Service and Yosemite National Park that are pushing to be able to engage in more control burning. So if you would like that to be one of the things that we continue to advocate on, that's great. That provides direction for me, which I'm already engaged in that, but also then down the future, like I said, in 2018, people know what it is that's important when it comes to air pollution control regulations.
Yeah, I think you need to add it to your list.
Okay. Are you going to then
I'm going to work with Vicki to get the language in there.
Are there any other areas, air pollution control areas, that this board would like us to focus on? I mean, there is just a volume of air pollution control regulations.
I think one of them, when we're looking at the incineration, the gasification, those type of processes that we should be looking into in the future, what will we have to do to comply to those, or so.
Can we get a regulation to prevent other counties from exporting their pollution to us?
Well, actually, the regulations that are in place have actually made a positive impact in that. The San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, which is where we get most of our pollution from, has
the source term isn't here, it's sales.
But they've made some milestones, and it's the regulation that's been in place that has helped them achieve better air quality so that, less polluted air is transported up into our area. So not all regulations are bad.
I never said that.
Okay, so Craig, I will work with you on those areas, but I really would appreciate a more focused list. Thank you.
We will come up with the perfect narrative.
Okay. Keep and go.
Okay, Kennedy Meadows. Actually, those numbers are off, but Kennedy Meadows, we're just reflecting that this will be a year of preparing studies that the Stewardship Council is funding.
There is an issue with Kennedy Meadows that is of concern to me. Historically, that has been in effect, a pack station to the high country and an opportunity, and there is serious challenge to that by the folks who don't want people packing into the wilderness areas, et cetera. We need to stay on top of that so we keep Kennedy Meadows viable as a recreational outlet for people.
I believe in the documents it spoke to trying to retain those kinds of things. You want to comment, Daniel?
Well, I know the Congressman's working on that.
Yeah, no, I saw your legislation and the challenge we have. That's one of the studies is a recreation carrying capacity, where it establishes what is available and what should continue on site. And that's one of those that they want to make sure continues are the existing uses. So,
Yeah. I just think we ought to keep that on our radar screen.
yeah, so the studies will take anywhere from 12 months to 24 months, depending on the study, to actually study, and then we'll implement and monitor from that point on.
Okay.
And then added in on the rimfire, a lot of work going on in the short term, just recovery mode. In the near term, that'll be focusing then on to forest restoration, which can mean a lot of different things, from the trees to the rangelands to. Go ahead.
Well, there's the essence of something that isn't there. I mean, short term, and I know salvage isn't the right word, but dead tree removal, if you will. And reforestation to the extent they can do that. But practically speaking, they're not going to get all of the dead trees, leaving some for ecological reasons, but they're not going to get all the dead trees out of there in what I'll call the salvage mode. There's going to be an enormous number of dead trees out there, and there will be trees that continue to die. There's a short-term plan, but they don't have either a midterm plan when you get past that, and they don't have a long-term plan to, if you will, keep the brush fields from growing to where we end up replacing our forest with a brush field. I think we need to force some of those issues.
Wouldn't that come with the management plan?
Where?
Under the forest land management plan, that could.
Under the management
Maybe,
plan itself.
maybe.
I think that would be the inclusive part of it.
If that's, if as long as we put that in the narrative so that we don't lose track of it, I'm okay. I made that issue with Rob Griffith yesterday, but I'm concerned about that, and I'm also concerned that to Supervisor Brennan's comment about the Inyo, Sequoia, and Sierra plan, even if they became the standards, certainly wouldn't fit the Stanislaus simply because rimfire changed the game. And we need to make sure that that gets involved. But I want to protect the other forests in California, because if we can protect the general policy, everything by general policy will help protect ourselves. So anyway.
Okay, so we'll try and incorporate those things into the narrative as well.
Okay.
And while I realize the reality of it and the farcical nature of my comment, I don't want to give up on the word coordinate. So I'd change those advocate to coordinate.
I agree. It's not a farcical comment.
I'm sorry, I just got to say, big C or little c?
Capital C. Bold print.
But it's really both, coordination and advocacy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can get the thrust of what I was just saying here with the title here, the policy changes for the long term, the never again. I've heard board
Yes,
members say that
absolutely.
very phrase.
But not just here, everywhere.
Right, that's the long-term policy changes that are far beyond Tuolumne County. That's that broader coalition, moving forward kind of stuff. Okay, so that's under your natural cultural resources. Anything else in that category? And that's been again, just reflecting on my time here in the county, I've never experienced a time where we've had such focus, and I'm not saying we shouldn't at all, but this is really a huge focus of energy, and appropriately so. Okay.
Can I have one more thing?
Sure.
And I'm not sure how to actually capture it, but I'm concerned about the infrastructure and the infrastructure related to forest health. We have a mill, but to Randy's point, part of the problem why they're only going to get 40%, if they get that out, is because there simply isn't the capacity to take out more. We have the ultra power, which if there isn't some form of transportation
Subsidy.
piece of that subsidy, that plan is looking at, they have a very thin margin. And infrastructure, I think, is, we know we don't want to lose any more, but if there's any opportunities to enhance or
Got it. I'll work with that. I get the thrust of what you're.
Well,
we wanna-
that may fit in underneath, but it needs to be in the narrative at least, under the
Right.
policy changes for never again. The infrastructure in the state can't even handle the rim fire, let alone what should be normal forest management practices.
Yeah. And just a comment, I've had a conversation with some, and yeah, I'm sure you guys have had probably as much contact, but folks that are going to go after some of these salvage contracts and whatnot, and they're trying to figure out where do they take, those logs. And I know some where they've discussed taking them down to places in the valley. I don't know how they're going to, I didn't go into how they're going to get them
Well, I
there,
don't know where
what
they're going to
gonna
take
do
them.
with
There's talk of taking there's a new biomass facility in Stockton area, I'm told, that could probably take a bunch of the biomass, but that would have to be subsidized because it isn't worth transporting that far.
Yeah.
And there are logs going now by truck to Terabella and to Lincoln
Right.
as we speak, but they can't take them any further than that economically. So the subsidy needs to be there, and I suggested to them rail, because at one point, we were hauling logs in here from other salvage operations to do them at the old Standard Mill.
Yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be much in there. Plus, there's export of logs, which isn't allowed.
Can we leave some of the logs on the roads in Riverbank?
Pardon?
Can we leave some of the logs on the roads in Riverbank?
Well, I was thinking that, but just want to run train after train through there, that's all.
Okay, quality of
100-unit
life.
cars.
Quality of life, both in the terms of the library sustainability plan and the recreation sustainability plan. The idea was if we didn't do something in those areas, those have been cut to the quick. I've not sensed any desire by the board to reduce anything anymore, but how do we grow them and enhance them? That's the trick, and have the time to work on that, absent having like a library director back and those kinds of things.
But in both cases, for instance, library, we've seen significant technology changes that change our way we use libraries. And,
Sure.
And I just get nervous about putting things off. I think they need to at least maintain capability and keep up with the times somewhere along there while we do this.
Yeah. I don't know if Mo wants to comment.
I'm just worried about losing our edge.
I think they are trying to do the best they can with what they got.
I'm sure they are.
Hi. Basically, just because we're not working on the sustainability plan doesn't mean that the library staff or the recreation staff isn't progressing in regards to our technology needs and providing services to our customers. So, for example, this last year, we did a presentation to you about this time last year in regard to e-books. So we continue to do things like that. We're working with the IT department right now in regards to our Horizon Dynex system and getting that on and put onto the cloud, so we're not doing or having to have another server, and also working with our partners in IT and taking some stress off them so they don't have to continually to monitor our system. So just because we're not working on the sustainability plan right now doesn't mean we're constantly looking forward and moving the library services and doing other things. For the recreation department, for example, we're still trying to work on Rec One, which is this automated system in which our customers don't have to come in person to sign up their kids or their family members for some of our rec programs that we're offering. They can go onto this system and sign up online, pay online, and do everything at their convenience. So there's a lot of things that we're trying to do, even though we're not doing the sustainability plan.
Okay.
Yeah,
Make me feel better.
Okay, there's no recommendation to remove this. It's a matter of emphasis, and it's looking to the next generation and how to, grow those services, perhaps in a different way than part of what you're suggesting than traditional, methods, but having the time to really focus on that and do your own little mini master plan for those kinds of things. That's a clear issue of just having the capacity to work on that. And there's a good example back to your budget, priority-based budgeting system. At what point will that rise to the level of priority where we inject back a director, to work on those kinds of things, so you could advance it more quickly. And I'm not advocating for that right now, I'm just giving it as an example. But are you okay with me moving it there? Again, I'm not removing it, I'm
Yeah,
just trying to...
because we're not,
Okay,
we're
based on
not
what you
stopped
said.
working.
Okay.
I just don't want it, it's still important, and it needs to be...
Right.
Not just maintained, it needs to be sustained to get it sustainable.
Right. Yeah, I think the original idea was the sustainability was going beyond even status quo, was trying to repatriate and grow. Then you have the updates to the general plan land use element, the circulation element, and the RTP, and Ms. Shana is back.
I also have a suggestion on this. On September 17th, your board did direct that we work on a comprehensive update on the general plan. So I would recommend that 3 and 4 be combined instead of just referring to the land use and circulation elements. It would just be an update of the general plan. And then if I can drop down to E5, C, review optional general plan elements. You did that as part of your review on September 17th, and as you recall, you actually directed that we add 2 more elements, the water element and the healthy communities element. So to me, this one could be crossed off because you've done that, and that will be discussed as part of the general plan update under quality of life. And while I'm in the section, then I would suggest that F, Planning Commissions and Committee Task Force, be eliminated since we have essentially completed all of those tasks. One other thing about the general plan, though, the next step after a general plan is adopted, which we are proposing to be in 2015, is to then implement it through updating of our zoning ordinance and any of other land development ordinances. I know Supervisor Rodeford is very interested in pursuing some changes, and so I would recommend that you add an update of the zoning ordinance to under quality of life.
Yeah, and I'd like to just kind of go on the record, so it's out there. One of the, I know Bev is aware of my biases in this regard, and they're pretty strong. I went through the ag element review, at least the last half of it, attended a lot of sessions. And one thing that struck me is all the wording that we have starts from the assumption that, okay, here's the things that you can do on your property, that you're allowed to do on your property. And then here are the things that you can do if you say, Mother, may I, and write a check. Okay?
Yep.
Everything else you can't do. So if I come up with some bright idea that's a really good idea, but nobody else has thought of it, I can't do it. Okay? Even though it might be a good idea. That whole structure, to me, doesn't speak to the basic fundamental principles of personal property rights. I think what we ought to be telling people is what they're prohibited from doing on their property, and then those things that they need to ask permission and write a check to do. And anything else that we haven't prohibited, they ought to be able to do. It's their property. They pay the property tax. Right now, Carl Rodefer and none of the members on the board and none of the members of the county staff pay personal property tax on anybody else's property. So we really don't have a right to tell them, other than for very specific public safety or strong public interest reasons why they can't do something on their property.
Just to comment, in a perfect world, I would agree, but the problem that you have, in sorting out the personal property rights issue is, the simple example is, I have this beautiful winery, and I live out in Springfield Estates, and my neighbor decides to put in a pig farm right next to my grape vineyard. And he's just destroyed my quality of life. So,
well, I understand, John, but regardless of how we write the regulations, we can write it that he can't put in a pig farm if that's what the overriding social concern is. We don't have to just say, well, you can only have a vineyard and exclude pig farms, but also exclude a rose garden, because we didn't dream up that somebody would put a rose garden on their property. Again, it's not that we would necessarily change a lot of the stuff that we allow or disallow. It's just, I don't, and it goes to this whole songbird rescue thing. I mean, here we've got ourselves in a box that we can't figure out a way to get out of.
So would that mean if you automatically think of something that hasn't been done before, you're allowed to do it?
Apparently, yeah.
So what if
Unless someone came and brought the issue to the board, and the board decided that that would now be added to the list of things that they couldn't do. But, you know, the point is...
The one person would get away with it?
Well, but the point is that the onus...
There needs to be flexibility, and I think the problem has arisen specifically with the wildlife rescue. Yeah. So maybe there's a way to come up with some kind of flexible process for new uses, but I don't know if we have to completely rewrite the ordinance code, because I could see problems arising by doing that also. But I also appreciate some of your points.
Well,
So-
but it goes to, okay, we start off by telling somebody these are the only things you can do on your property. That's the way our regulations are written right now. These are the only things you can do on your property. And then it's up to us to go, but what about this? What about this? As opposed to the other extreme is, these are the things you can't do, and we have good reasons for that. And then you come up with something new. Well, now the onus is on your neighbors to come in and say, you know,
So would it be a permitted use or a conditional use?
well, if we had thought of it to be a conditional use, then it would be a conditional use. Otherwise, it's permitted.
Yeah, but I think what that does is it puts the Board of Supervisors in the position of telling people what's right for them. Again, in other words, if we're the final decision-making process there.
But we're doing that the way we write our regs right now, John.
No, I don't agree. I think it's more flexibility in the way we're doing it now than the way that you're proposing. But
Mr.
that's
Chairman?
just my feeling.
Could I suggest a way to move forward? Because I know the general relook at our zoning ordinances is something I've heard universally folks would like to look at one way or the other, whatever approach you take. We can break this into two pieces. One is having the philosophical policy discussion of how you'd want to go about doing it, and then you could have a thorough discussion of, you know, right, and then also then you look at going about the business of actually doing it, and then I would look to Bev, you know, workload-wise, you know, when could that be achieved? Could you do the philosophical discussion in the coming year and begin the implementation stuff in the following year? Again, just from a workload standpoint.
Well, workload standpoint aside, because we're actually way overworked now, but ideally, you will have the philosophical discussion actually in the next few months, because if we're updating the general plan, we're going to need to get the direction you want to go in for the zoning ordinance, because the ordinance has to be consistent with your general plan, so we want to make sure we write the general plan in such a way is that you can go either way or one particular direction that you want to go in. So it does go hand in hand. So I would say sometime maybe in January or February we'd be having this philosophical discussion. And that gives us time to do some research too about an alternative approach, which it's not the traditional zoning ordinance method. So
I believe there are a couple counties that actually have their zoning ordinances written that way. I don't know who they are. I'll try and find out.
yeah, and I will certainly talk to my peers in the other
Okay.
jurisdictions and see.
And that timing dovetails very nicely with when I think you're looking to have a retreat anyway, right?
Okay, probably would.
Okay, you have less than 7 minutes.
I understand.
By Tuolumne County time, and then we're going to turn you into a pumpkin and carry on with the rest of the agenda so we get out of here in an hour.
Okay,
of
well, I
some
figured
sanity.
we're done at 4 on this discussion.
That's-
and
that's
then-
my point.
Then we'll continue the item to the next meeting. I'll work with the clerk as far as
You're
when to
under
best
7
fit
minutes.
it in. Got it. So we're just dipping our toe into economic, is there anything more, Bev, that you had?
No, I'm just back to the ag
Okay, and the TCEDA support, I don't know if you want us to continue monitoring that. I think that's a well-established thing.
But economic development is not a destination. It's a journey.
Right.
And we need to stay on that, and we need to be looking at ways to enhance the organization's ability to improve things. So
Okay.
I think we ought to stay on it.
That's totally fine, because that's an important part of what we're about, clearly. So that takes us into the next, agritourism. And Bev, do you want to speak to that? And Vicky's hiding back there, too.
At this point, I don't have any recommended changes. That is a general plan element, but I think that, just like you did with biological merits staying as a separate item, we did get a letter from the Department of Conservation, and Ms. Hillmeyer and I will be going to Sacramento to try to get clarification on some of their comments, which were not supportive, shall we say, of our proposal. Yeah.
Have they ever been here?
Have
Sorry.
they been here?
Invite them to come for a visit. We can take them to some of our ag tourism operations.
Well, in answer to your question, they have been here. They audit our Williamson Act program, and they did our audit a couple of years ago. So that is their role in overseeing our Williamson Act
They have
program.
a jaundiced view if they don't agree with this.
Okay. So for now, we're saying leave this as
Just
it is.
leave as is, and with those dates.
Okay, and we got a few more minutes here. Under arts and cultural tourism, just express again, what was that about? That was about we are blessed with so many neat arts and cultural things in our community. People that come here, as you know, are blown away by the opportunities that abound in our community, from the performing arts to the historic things that we have, and all kinds of things. And it's great, but there are other communities where they really closely collaborate in their planning and their marketing, and try to really build on what is already a success and make it all it can be. We started to make some inroads with that when yours truly and Mr. Cope were making that a priority and trying to provide leadership, to that. It's a great group of people that do great things for the community, but they're really hard to bring together, and it's very time intensive. It's either one of those things to really move it forward is find someone else that will take that on and provide the leadership for it, that will be accepted to provide the leadership, and that's a big thing. Or somehow, I'm freed with Mr. Cope to continue to try and provide leadership there, but I'm having a really difficult time to provide any time there because of all the other things. So I'm looking for some direction from the board. What would you like me to do with that? It'd be great to do, but I'm finding a real difficult time to provide the leadership to it, as is Mr. Cope.
I guess, the cost benefit, it costs us something, but what is our benefit? Is there something that we can show that we would benefit greatly economically from the participation? And if we can't, then maybe it's something that we need to let the private sector take care of.
Yeah, the two organizations come to mind, and again, I don't want to, it's even touchy to put this out. If we didn't try to provide that leadership, one would be the Revived Arts Alliance, and there's pros and cons of that. Or another organization would be someone like the Visitors Bureau, and there's pros and cons, to that. So we could change this to try and find outside leadership to move this thing forward. But as far as is there an exact something you could measure the cost and benefit of it, I don't know of such a measure.
I think that's a good idea.
I think my view is we just wrote a decent-sized check. They can provide the leadership. They should provide the leadership. I think we ought to be in there and involved and informed on what's going on, and to the extent that they need help steering the ship, so to speak, then we can put a hand on the rudder with them. But I don't think we have. I mean, we've already provided them some resources to them. I think that they need to step up and lead the way.
And that'd be consistent. One concept that Connie was talking about was some kind of a contractual relationship, and this could be part of that. Okay. And Mr. Chairman, I think we're there.
I've got 2 minutes.
Okay. The next then would be Railtown.
I'm pretty much involved in that, but there's another one that I want to add too. I've got it written down as 4X, and that would be the fairgrounds. Sorry, my mic went off. And the fair. We've got some good new management there, but I think they need some help. And I'm not talking about writing another check, but I think there are some opportunities possible to explore for different management schemes. I'm thinking the possibility over time of evolving to a long-term, essentially $1 a year lease arrangement with the state, where we have a little bit more local control over the management.
CSAC and RCRC have talked about both of the.
Yeah. So I'd be interested in pursuing those kinds of things and maybe helping our fair management do even a better job.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off.
Very good.
And we'll put this on the next agenda to continue this, and ultimately, I guess we'll do it as part of the retreat to expand and grow this. And
Mr. Chair, I think if we have even another half hour, 45 minutes, we could probably, not today, but at the next meeting, we could probably work through pretty much the elements of the plan, and then what I've envisioned, and then we could probably, with some safety, bring adoption of the plan to your first meeting in January with the first year cut out for the draft goals. Does that sound? Okay.
Okay.
Thank
now,
you.
What we need to do, because we postponed it to the 2 o'clock session, is deal with item 2.
Here's why I wanted to move it to here, and
you want to?
I would like to delay it until when we get to section F on this, and the reason is I want to add an organizational and staffing, organizational architecture and staffing line item to organizational stewardship, because I think there's some things that we need to do better in that regard. So, and this plays into that.
Mr. Richardson, can you survive 2 weeks until we do that?
Of course we can survive.
No, I want.
We are down, we have lost employees in IT, and we are recruiting right now for them. We have ongoing recruitments, and we're trying to fill appropriately for these positions that have either moved on or retired.
Okay, but here's my concern, is this is a reclassification. It's going to result in a higher wage scale, which is going to impact our budget. We do these things one at a time whenever it's convenient. We don't do them, we don't look across the entire staff and weigh whether this is the best place to spend that money, or maybe it's somewhere in Bev's staff, or maybe it's somewhere in Sarah's staff. So we end up writing a lot of checks, and then we get to the point where we want to do something significant, and we've been nickel and dimed, and pretty soon it's real money. So I really am interested in looking at these staff changes in the aggregate so that we see what the competing priorities are and what the cost-benefit analysis is on each individual one compared to the others.
I would agree, but this, in a sense, this is a little different. I agree where you're going with this, but we have an issue here where we're going to replace a person that left that's leaving us. Been here 40 years.
We have 3 employees. We've had turnover of 3,
Okay.
a cumulative of 40 years of experience is out the door.
It's an advancement issue. Now, if I'm an employee working in whether it's IT or any other department, and there's an opportunity to move up, and I'm qualified to move up, I should be able to move up and get paid accordingly to the classification that I'm working under. So, I think this is different than what, in a sense, what you're talking about. I know where you're going, but on this particular issue, if we don't pay people to do this IT work, it's not very far away to get a good IT job.
I'm okay with that, but my question is my understanding is we have some vacancies, and the reason that we are reclassifying this position is because somehow, because of these vacancies, that somebody's level of responsibility is increasing. I don't get the correlation there. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, there's definitely, we have some leadership needs that are coming up. We have, as you've heard voiced today by three different departments, there are significant IT projects ongoing. If we'd gone down to the technology section, you'd hear about the tax collector system, the enterprise system. We're replacing the phone system this year. Significant large systems, and so we need additional leadership within IT to manage these significant implementations.
So the issue is not that we've lost people, and the issue is not that we have somebody that we want to promote. The issue is we really need a higher level of supervision in IT.
We do.
Okay. Then I go right back to my position. Every department head in this county could use a higher level of supervision, or they could use more labor, or they could use any number of additional resources. And we're asked to vote on yours all by itself, absent any comparison of all the competing priorities across the county. I can't do that.
Okay, I hear you, and I generally agree with you. However, how many vacancies you got? 3 or 2?
We have 2 at the moment.
And we have some critical IT needs. And where we be going to be in 2 weeks? Are we going to be in position 2 weeks from now when we finish this and put that item on the agenda to evaluate alternatives on where we spend some money, or are we going to insist that we need to do something in IT? And I think we're going to still be at IT.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can just weigh in general, because it is a staffing capacity issue. And there's always going to be something out there. But again, it's like a lot of other departments. They've seen tremendous reductions, something like 40% reduction in this division, and we're barely in maintenance mode right now in order to keep up with the basic kinds of things. So we do need a person in there, but it is important their capabilities, and there is different compensation that goes with that. I don't know. I think it's one of those things I need to spend time with Supervisor Rotifer prior to next meeting so we can talk about. I think I get where he wants to go, but this is such a small, issue, because if we're talking about cutting this position out of IT, then you'd be crippling an already, greatly diminished workforce that serves all the departments of the county.
Okay, my understanding is we're not deciding to not cut something out. We're adding something in. And I can tell you right now, my number one priority on getting another body is in our county council. So, every time you ask me to vote on something, and I understand that IT is stretched, so is county council. And if I called Bev up here, she'd tell me that she's stretched. If I called up any department head in this county, they're stretched. And what I'm saying is, when we bring personnel actions forward, as a supervisor, I want to be able to make the trade between Bev's priority, Sarah's priority, Daniel's priority, your priority, whatever priority, because we're limited resources. And when I make a decision for Daniel, I have just preempted the possibility down the road of making a decision for somebody else. And I'm not willing to do that.
And I understand that, and I've really tried to suppress any changes because I know the sensitivity to our fiscal situation. In this case, because of the senior people that are going out, in the long term, it is a bump of 10%.
According to personnel rules, there has to be some bump. However, There will
Well,
be a suppression for several years.
In
until
the
we
near
actually get
term,
more
it's a
money.
savings. It's a $7,000 per year savings just because of the level of person that's leaving, their seniority, and then the replacement. So actually, in the near term, this is going to save us money by,
But just a second. If we're losing a senior person, that means there's a slot to promote a junior person into. But you're asking me to reclassify a slot, which means I'm making additional higher-end positions. I don't get where we have to reclassify the slot.
it's just there's been so stripped down, that, and there's so many, projects that are coming up. They need a senior level person to provide some leadership in there. Yes, the savings would actually be greater if we filled at the current level, which is an IT technician 2, but we're asking for just a modest change to a senior, which is still a savings.
Here we go.
Carl, and I can agree with where you're going, but I'm looking at this particular position as one that supports every single department of the county. If we don't have a strong IT department, then when that switch goes dead, we stop doing business, and it's going to cost us a heck of a lot more money than what we're looking at today. And I would be happy to do what you're talking about there on our end sheet, but this particular item that we're doing right now is to me makes sense. IT people are valuable. You can't say enough about them when they come there to help you, how good they are, and to risk losing somebody for this amount of money does not make any sense to me. So I'm proposed to make a motion
Well,
for staff's recommendation.
I just asked Sarah which department in the county she does not support. And I got to tell you, we could use another county council.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion if you wish to call.
Okay. Pardon?
I'm prepared
He's
to
prepared to make the
if you
motion.
ask for one.
Anybody else want to weigh in? Make the motion. We'll see if we get a second.
Mr. Chairman, I move approve the conversion of one IT technician, 1-2 position to a senior IT technician.
Is there a second?
And I'm going to second that. I agree with what you're saying, Supervisor Rutherford, about getting this laid out so that we are comparing all of the needs, but want to get a vote on this and move off the subject.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? Board? Any member of the public want to vote or comment on this? Not vote, you don't get to vote. It's late in the day. Okay, then I'll ask the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Carries 4-1. Okay, we have item 21 to complete before we go to closed session. 21 is the draft. Yes, please.
Consideration of authorizing the Tuolumne County, if we're doing 21, we need to recess again. Do we want recess as the water supervisor chairman? Handvote, we need to recess as the board and
Oh,
reconvene
I'm
as the
sorry,
water.
I apologize.
That's
We will
okay.
recess as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Tuolumne County Water Agency once again.
Okay, consideration of authorizing the Tuolumne County Water Agency to issue a press release in opposition to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan.
Okay.
Well, we met during lunchtime. Supervisor Rutherford did some good penmanship here. We have a new potential press release for your consideration.
Okay, everyone want to take a chance to read this thing, and then we'll, Okay, any comments from anybody? The proposed plan is for the ad hoc water committee issue this, or us to issue it now?
No. I would recommend that the water agency approve release of this press release, and I would recommend that we do that to a minimum of the Sacramento Bee, the Modesto Bee, the Union Democrat locally, and the San Francisco Chronicle. And we do have points of contact for that, and I'll make that motion.
Okay. I heard 2 seconds. Before I finish it, could you make sure you copies this plus our letter that we sent out?
Yes.
For the I need multiple copies to take to RCRC tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Any public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. We have, I believe we pulled one item from closed session, did we? 29? So that's been pulled from closed session, so would you read items 30, 31, and 32, please?
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation authority, Government Code Section 549569D for one case. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation authority, Government Code Section 549569D, two cases. And conference with labor negotiators, Craig Pedro and Fremd, Art Hardinger, authority, Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Is there any public comment? Okay, with that, we are going to recess to closed session. Do we expect to report out? Do not expect to report on anything, but we'll recess closed session. Thank you.